Hello. Hi. Sorry. I had things that I forgot to do things. So then I had to do the things while the thing was going. Anyway, okay. We're doing the thing. We're slightly early today. Yay. I have to wake up early tomorrow, so we're going to try and keep this as short as possible. Not as short as possible, but I'll try not to go off on tangents and as I do. Checking the things. Okay. We will get done what we need to get done, and we need to get done some things. Starting with, let me get it together. Honestly, though. Okay, that. Now we. Da-da-da-da. We are back with our CFI PTS, Flight Instructor Practical Test Standards for Airplane. What we are doing today, we are scrolling. And I'm just kidding. Scrolling. Right about almost there. Here, back to our technical subject areas. So the examiner must select tasks. You can see, right? Yes. Examiner must select tasks B, M, and at least one other task. We did A last time. B is one that I need to re-go over. I have done it, but it definitely needs work. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to do the most recent one that I did. And it's the other one, which is task M, logbook entries and certificate endorsements, because apparently that's one that people fail on the most. So we'll go over that. What sim gear? Hello, how's it going? What sim gear do I like for flying? I like my yoke. I like my throttle quadrant. I have my my rudder pedals, and then I have my track IR right there. If I got anything else, I would want a trim wheel. But other than that, that's what I got. What about you? And hello, what's up? Okay, so it's gonna be difficult to so all right, so in the plane, right, where you turn the yoke and to check your controls, and the aileron that is up, right, is the one that your thumb is pointing to. So as the instructor, because I'm in the right seat, this aileron on this side, that's up, right? So it's up mine. And then on the other side, the student side, it's up yours when you do that control. And then you bring the yoke back and you say up ours because the elevator comes up. Does that answer your question from Discord? See, I can't have that in textual format. See, it's more difficult to find in video. So there, I hope that helps. You found an old Logitech Sci-Tech yoke, throttles, and rudders a few years ago for $50. You couldn't pass it up. Nice. Yes, I think mine are Logitech and yes. So old Logitech yoke, throttles. Yes, those are Logitech. I have Thrustmaster pedals, but that's awesome. And they're working well. They're still hanging in there, doing their thing. Hello, how is it going? It is going well. Yes. At the beginning, I had forgotten all the things that I needed to grab. So, you finally passed your commercial check, right? Yes! Congratulations, Story. That's awesome. When was that? And what are you on to next? Are you doing some fun flying? Just like a little bit of rest period at least. Get at least a fun flight in. It was from a pilot who didn't need them anymore. Nice. That's awesome. Very what's the word? Serendipitous how these things happen. It was about a week ago. Okay. And you haven't been upset at all. Just because you're just chilling a little bit afterward, or like weather and maintenance and stuff. But yes, definitely that was one of the things that I wanted to do after commercial check ride. Was just doing some fun stuff. Trying to decide between multi or CFI first. That is a fair decision to be made. Do you have um opportunity for using, well, okay, hang on. So if I had the chance to do it over again, I might have done multi first, just because I would have been able to get hours. Um, kind of, I think. I'm not sure. Or like once I got my commercial, I would have been able to yeah, I have the opportunity to potentially be paid for multi once I get the commercial after the multi. So if you have that opportunity, it might be one to go crank out. Otherwise, yeah, just go for the CFI and knock it out and keep going with it. Yeah, well, whatever path you take, it's gonna work out. Have I thought about getting the Logitech or other accessories so I don't have to use my mouse and keyboard as much? I've thought about it a lot. I would. My first thing that I would want is a trim wheel. But then yes, all of the other things I would absolutely love as well, because it is a little questionable to be using my mouse all the time, especially since I'm trying to fly right seat. So yes, price definitely adds up. So for now, I'll be spending it on in real life fuel. Leaning towards multi first to get it out of the way. It does. It feels like it does go faster than CFI. Like CFI, there's so much more that you need to be aware of and do, and multi you can just kind of like crank out in. I want to say my instructor did it in like a week or something. So yeah, it does. It's just you learn your multi engine, you work on your emergency procedures, and then yeah. Whereas CFI, it's getting deep into all of the things. Don't take that out of context. So, speaking of getting deep into all the things, this is the lawyer portion of being a pilot. Is Task M logbook entries and certificate endorsements? So this one, so required logbook entries for instruction given, required student pilot okay. So required student pilot endorsements certificate. You don't endorse the certificate anymore. Including appropriate and then so takeout certificate, takeout including, because you're endorsing in the logbook. So appropriate logbook entries for endorsements. Preparation of a recommendation for a pilot practical test, including appropriate logbook entry for initial pilot certification, which is sport, recreational, and private pilot. Sport, we're not going to talk about because that is just its own thing. Additional pilot certification, commercial, CFI, additional aircraft qualification. That comes into complex, tail wheel, high performance, those endorsements, as well as category, class, and type ratings. Required endorsement of a pilot logbook for the satisfactory completion of the required FAA flight review, and then required flight instructor records. So this one apparently ends up coming together with this number 3 pre-flight preparation, which is task A, certificates and documents. So that comes into the training requirements for the issuance of a recreational, private, and commercial pilot certificate. Number 2, privileges and limitations of those certificates and ratings at the recreational, private, and commercial levels. 3, class and duration of medical certificates, which we talked about in the air medical factors thing last week. And recent pilot flight experience requirements, as well as required entries in pilot logbook or flight record. So we will be going over those today. So I ended up, as I was going over the stuff, when I talked to my instructor about it, he said it's not this lesson, this ground lesson is going to be more of a lesson, not just me presenting a lesson. And I was like, well, I'm going to do a lesson plan anyway, sort of thing. And he's like, all right, you do you. And then when we scheduled this lesson, I was like, yeah, I realize why it's not really a lesson plan thing. But I still had my lesson plans and basically didn't even use them, because what we did is he just gave me a few different scenarios that I might actually encounter, and that he himself has actually encountered with a student or a pilot coming to me as an instructor to get something done. So that's what we're gonna go over. Yes. Look at the honeycomb throttle. It has a trim wheel and a bunch of other stuff on it. Oh, but then I have to. Honeycomb's like really good though too, right? So again, price. Maybe I will look because it is the trim button is my nemesis. Okay, all right, I will look. Getting deep, yes, that was always your problem. Try not to talk too much on the roll. Right, yeah, like, and then all the memes where it's like you're digging yourself your own hole and everything. Oh God, yes, yeah, and it is. You just have that compulsion when they just kind of like sit there and don't respond, and you're just like, oh, they must want me to continue. No, let it go. Just be like, yes, that is what I'm speaking of, and that is it. So yes, absolutely understood. Okay, what can I ask? What did you? So I always have the one thing that he ended up getting me on my DP, and for my commercial, it ended up being what was it? Oh, that was dumb. So I hadn't. Whenever I did my weight and balance stuff, I did it in the POH. So when he showed me it in the weight and balance thing on Preflight, I wasn't as recently familiar with that. So I didn't quite I didn't fully understand how the box, the envelope worked. So the fact that it was aft CG and fore CG, I didn't quite see. And so I got confused on that and went all around in circles, and eventually he took pity on me. So yes, hello, how are you? I hope well. And yo, you support me. Thank you. I support you too. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, and then the in for my instrument check ride, the RAME and the WAS stuff that got me, because it's like I didn't fly planes that had like the WAS or yeah, any of that. So it's still a little bit. I worked on this navigation systems and radar services before this one, and I'm still like, bleh. But we're doing CFI, not CFII, so we're gonna stick to these for now. So what instructor basically, so what we do is there's this nice advisory circular 6165H, sorry, hotel, and it goes over, sorry, I guess I could like read the title, that would be helpful. Certification, pilots and flight and ground instructors. This advisory circular provides guidance for pilot and instructor applicants, pilots, flight instructors. Yeah, so it helps you understand how to do the things. So you can read all about that, but once you get to the appendix, it gives you samples. Yay! So we have our sample endorsements. So prerequisites for the practical test endorsement, number 1 and number 2 are for basically every practical test. And number 1 is the I certify that blank has received and logged training time within 2 calendar months preceding the month of application in preparation for the practical test. And he or she is prepared for the required practical test for the issuance of applicable certificate. So you need to have received and logged training time within the past 2 calendar months, and you must be endorsed. Received and logged training time within 2 calendar months of when you're going to be taking the practical test, and you have to have that endorsement before taking that practical test. And then number 2 is review of deficiencies identified on airman knowledge test. So if you did not get 100%, then you get the endorsement of instructor reviewed the deficiencies and went over them, made sure you're no longer deficient on that, if a knowledge test is required for that practical test. Then we have our student pilot endorsements. And then we have our sport and recreational pilot certificates. I mean, I could go over all of them, but we'll go over them with the scenario. And then we have our sport pilot. We're just not even worrying about because it's its own thing. Recreational pilot. is like kind of in between. It's more it's so I was thinking that it was less limited than a student pilot certificate, but my instructor thinks it's more limited than a student pilot certificate. So I'm not really entirely sure on that one still just yet. I will get back into it. Then we have our private pilot endorsements, commercial pilot endorsements. I can't do airline transport pilot instrument rating. Can't do that. Flight instructor. So yeah, so there's that one. Getting all those together. Not doing that one because sport pilot. Ground instructor. And then all that is stuff I can't do. Additional endorsements. So we have our flight review, wings, instrument, okay, no, act as pilot of, oh yeah, and then complex and high performance and high altitude and tailwheel, which I can't do. So any of those, technically I can do complex, I can do high performance, can't do high altitude yet, can't do tailwheel yet. And then yeah, there's these couple, which we won't entirely get into. And I think review of a home study curriculum. So yeah, that's going to be something that I'm going to have to do. Nope. And I think that's it. Okay. So there. Made sure to stick to the POH for weight and balance. Don't want to confuse myself. Well, and I don't remember why we ended up doing that, because I was like, that isn't just the three things you're not supposed to do, like the 3 Ds or something. Don't do anything dumb, dangerous, or different. And I did a different. Not supposed to. You're sharing this video with your friends. Oh my goodness. Well, that I hope so. I hope it's a good enough one. I don't care about being famous, but thank you. I'm just trying to get through flight training, and you guys can see my struggle and it can hopefully be entertaining. But yes. So that's what this is. So we use this advisory circular. So I haven't gone over with you guys the like advisory circulars. So there's the Federal Aviation Regulations, which are our regulations that we have to follow. And then there are advisory circulars, which they basically disseminate advisory and what's the word? Oh gosh. Information for helping to understand certain aviation topics, including the Federal Aviation Regulations. So this one, it puts all together the kind of the FARs, the regulations that we need to follow when it comes to training and endorsing pilots. So for this one, say prerequisites for the practical test, we can go into part 61, 61.39, A, 6I, and double I. And that is where this endorsement comes from. So yeah, so that's how that works. Pre-solo aeronautical knowledge, it's all in 61.87 Bravo. So yeah, so what it is, I'm trying to think if there's like a, right, okay, hang on. We're getting there. Okay, so this is the BINS lesson plans for this task M, logbook entries and certificate endorsements. So ground lesson outline, this is what it does. It kind of just lays it out. You're about to go fly in Batham. Nice. If FS 2029, okay, 2020 is done with it. Oh God, is there an update? Shoot, hang on. If there's an update, I will start the update. That's really unfortunate. Why is it so small? There we go. Okay. Well, we shall see. All right. Well, while it is updating, I guess. Well, I hope your flight goes well. I hope the update goes well. while it is updating, potentially, we will go over this. So this is our required logbook entries. This is in general. I guess I could put this on. You can hear the pretty music. These are general logbook entries. So the only time you actually need to log training is if you are training for a certificate or rating, and you need to have those requirements actually logged. So if you don't actually need the hours, you don't actually need to log them. I like doing it because I am currently training for all the things and I need the hours, but you wouldn't otherwise. Rating or a flight review, and then recency of experience. So your takeoffs and landings in order to carry passengers, that sort of a thing. And then required logbook entries for instruction given. All of your entries, I would show a logbook, but yeah, so it's the date, it's how much time you flew, your departure and destination, the aircraft type and identifier, safety pilot name, type of experience, solo, PIC, dual, conditions of flight, day, night, etc. And then the training, it needs to be endorsed legibly, signed by the authorized instructor and their certificate number with the certificate expiration date and a description of the training given and training time. So that is the only way in the little note section that you can like tell that flight was actually toward that rating. So what my instructor told me is I didn't really think about how to actually do this. So here we go. Hang on. Table of contents. So when you're going to send a student out for, let's just say solo, there are certain, hang on. Let me find it. Hang on. Why am I having trouble? There it is. Okay, student pilots. Student pilots. Solo requirements for student pilots. So those are all laid out in here. So proper flight preparation procedures, taxiing or surface operations, takeoffs, landings, collision avoidance, airport traffic patterns, all of that stuff. So you lay that out in for hang on. Yeah, climbs and climbing turns, straight and level flight, all of those. You lay that out in the notes section of the logbook. You make sure you have those in there because that demonstrates that you have actually gone over those things. So yeah, so that's how you use that. And then required student pilot endorsements and logbook entries. Pre-solo and solo, we have a scenario for this. It must have training in the make or model of the aircraft. We'll get to that because legal stuff. What my instructor uses for this thing is Tim Loves Bacon. So your TSA endorsement, your IACRA, your medical, and then 61.87 bacon. So what that is, you're still installing. No, student tonight. You will fly tomorrow instead. Okay, sounds good. Oh gosh. Oh no. Well, we'll see how well this goes. Hopefully it goes quickly. Thank you for letting me know that. I should have checked beforehand. But yeah, we'll see how far it gets, I guess. Otherwise, we're just going to have a very long certificates and endorsements thing. So anyway, so pre-solo and solo, you have to have a TSA endorsement. And that need to be, and again, this is for US, so you need to be a citizen for this part of it. Having foreign pilots is an entirely different thing. So for this, we're just sticking with this. So we'll look at that in a little while. Medical student pilot certificate is their IACRA. Medical certificate is that thing. We talked about that one last week. And then after that is 61.87B of bacon is they need to complete an aeronautical knowledge test. And that is number 3 endorsement. Then their pre-solo flight training needs to come from 61.87D, and that is number 4 endorsement. And then N, of bacon is their initial 90-day solo, where you endorse them, and then they're allowed to go do their 3 takeoffs and landings. And then after that, other sorts of solos until cross country. And then if they need, like I did, an additional 90 days, if that 90 days passes, then they need another one. Then, yeah, additional 90-day solo. Then they do their cross country, must have training in make and model. And then those are apparently, you don't really need. I ended up getting this one for mine. But then they're long cross country. They need that one. It's a general one. It doesn't expire or anything unless the instructor sets it to expire. And then this endorsement is solo cross country per flight. So you need to, or some instructor needs to review the planning for that cross country flight to be performed, and sign them off for it. So what my instructor gave me was scenarios. Let me find my thing. Boop. Da-da-da. All right, first scenario. Can always turn it into a game night. Oh gosh. We'll jump off that bridge when we come to it. How about that? I don't know. I think mine just went through. No, we must practice. And I've been wanting to get back to the game nights, but it is. I'm trying to get through as much as I can while my instructor is not at training, because he's doing training at some point soonish, and I want to be able to be off on my own doing what I need to be doing. So yeah, so we're working on that first. All right, so 16-year-old. This is first scenario he gave me. 16-year-old who comes to me from some other flight school. He's got 22 total time and 22 hours total time and 4 hours in a complex aircraft. So what I forgot was going over this. It seems kind of easy. You just go over all of the endorsements from start to finish. I didn't think about like students coming to me who had already had time and other people endorsing them for stuff. So that was where it started to get a little bit wonky. So, and talk story time during the game. Well, I think we're gonna be good. I really want to get back to the game nights, but we shall see. Spooptober is my month for doing that stuff, so I'm hoping it'll work out. You're gonna fly tomorrow because Slant Alpha will be controlling. Nice. That would be fun. Excellent. Yours is slow, so you'll sit tonight out. You were planning on flying tonight, but your computer says no. That's absolutely fair. Yeah, I have a 100-foot cable that I specifically bought so I could like plug it in and not be on wireless, and that does help. So yeah, but otherwise, yes, my PC works very hard and very well. Why isn't it coming up? There. Sorry. All right, so 16-year-old. Where is my cursor? "16-year-old comes with 22 hours and 4 hours in a complex aircraft. And he wants to do the private pilot thing. Okay, excellent. So he's already been endorsed for the TSA, but for my own purposes, I'm going to get birth certificate, driver's license, or passport and put those into my records for that. Where is advisory circular? Here it is. TSA is there. U.S. citizenship recommended by Transportation Security Administration. Flight instructor must keep a copy of the documents used to provide proof of citizenship for 5 years, or make the following endorsement in the student's logbook and the instructor's logbook, or other record used to record flight student endorsements with the following. Then it gives the example. Based on this regulation. So, yeah, that. And I do. I have to complete. There's a TSA online course that I have to complete at some point, and my instructor just recently did, and he said it does. It basically there was something weird where here there were a couple of weird things, so I'll have to get back to after I actually do it. But yes, so keeping a copy for 5 years and making sure that's CYA, Charlie Yankee Alpha procedures. So yeah, so that's that one. They already got the IACRA. They already did their IACRA. That's not. Yeah, that Med Express. They got to do that. So I can walk them through those things, and then we went deep into this one, the pre-solo aeronautical knowledge one, because in that, so 6187B is, hang on, let me find it. It says something about how it needs to be it's in the make and model of the aircraft or similar. There it is. Okay. B. The student must demonstrate satisfactory aeronautical knowledge on a knowledge test that meets the requirements of this paragraph. Test must address the student pilot's knowledge of applicable sections of parts 61 and 91, airspace rules and procedures for the airport where the solo flight will be performed. So if that student had already taken the aeronautical knowledge test at the other school, and then came to me at this other airport, does that endorsement and knowledge test count? So basically, it just redo it. You can always just redo it. Plus, it helps them. It helps them. It helps you. Plus, it also airspace and rules, procedures, flight characteristics, and operational limitations for the make and model of aircraft to be flown. And the student's authorized instructor must administer the test, and at the conclusion of the test, review all incorrect answers with the student before authorizing that student to conduct a solo flight. So how do I know that that instructor did all those things? Yeah, I'm sorry that I'm putting all of you through this as well, but it's helping me remember all the things. Did I know that an average honeybee colony had about 20,000 to 60,000 bees and only one queen? I did not know that. Where did that come from? I love bees. Bees are adorable. Have you ever had a bee, like, sort of munch on your finger? I had that. It was strange. It was cute, though. Hello. How's it going? I hope well. We're doing illegal stuff today. And then we'll get in the plane. So, what we're going to do is we're just going to re-administer that pre-solo aeronautical knowledge test. We're just going to Google. We're going to find one that we like. Then we're going to have the student do that and then go over it with them. And then both of us can initial it. And then that's done. Pre-solo flight training in the make and model of, yeah. It says, again here, C, prior are appropriate to the make and model of aircraft to be flown. Demonstrated satisfactory, hang on, for the maneuvers and procedures of this section that are appropriate to the make and model of aircraft to be flown. Okay, I'm just gonna go past that because this, again, there's so many weeds that you can get into for this. Demonstrated satisfactory proficiency and safety as judged by an authorized instructor on the maneuvers and procedures required by the section in the make and model of aircraft or similar make and model of aircraft to be flown. So then it's like, it takes you into, so how, like, similarity being what? So, like, say this student, this 16-year-old student had been training in 172s, and now he's coming to me, and we're going to be training in a 150. is that similar enough sort of a thing. But yeah, so it just so. And what that other one also goes over is these maneuvers and procedures. So we went over that a little bit earlier. Proper flight preparation procedures, taxiing or surface operations, takeoffs and landings, straight and level flight, climbs and climbing turns. Make sure all of that is like kind of listed out. Make sure you actually took care of it, but make sure you list it out in the notes, in the description of the logbook, so that all of those are in the logbook in case something happens. Like it is. We did talk about these things. We did go over these things. We did fly these things. So yeah. All right. So then they did that. Next one. Then we get to, once they're good there, they get their initial 90-day solo. When I feel comfortable that they can go take off and land the aircraft 3 times, I can give them their solo, endorse them like that. If they need another 90 days, then we can give them that. So then needs is cross country. So that will be don't technically need this one. And it was funny actually because I did have this one for mine, and I had them for several other airports nearby, and I thought it was weird because my current instructor says he doesn't ever give that, and it's probably because my home airport doesn't exactly lend itself well to practicing takeoffs and landings or pounding the pattern because of its smallness and potential, not scariness, but yeah, just it's got a little bit of a learning curve. So yeah, so that's an option, but not necessary. And then their long cross country flight, it must be, that must be endorsed, and it must be by the instructor who actually gave the training. Whereas for this one, which is per flight, reviewing of the flight plan can be whatever instructor reviewed the planning. So for this one, went over, let's find ourselves a spot, shall we? I'm going to, I guess I'll leave this. I hope that's good. You hate the 90 limit on that. Sometimes, yes, there's no more room in the back of the logbook, right? Oh no. But it is. It's almost over. It's going to be soon. Did you get the rest of your cross country yet, or what are you working on next? Like what's the next bit? By the way, was I able to say like specifically congratulations? I can't remember. Was like in person? Because it finally happened. The positive vibes are working, and by this time, 2 months, almost, kind of. It's gonna be done. It's gonna be done. Yeah, I had to get that once. But yes, that I assume that would be a little bit, what's the word? Irksome? Nope, next week. Okay, sounds good. All right, it is. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be good. I'm very excited for you. And is that the only thing that you have like specifically left for that then? I hope so. Then it's just polishing everything. So yeah, so we will find the SkyVector. SkyVector! That's what I wanted. I already had that up. Hang on. I didn't have that up. Yes, I did. There it is. Perfect. Where shall we go? I'm thinking like here-ish maybe, because it's on this side of all this. Does that sound right? Does that sound good? Because there's an exercise we must do. How about Creston? Creston sounds fun. Ew, and then look, we have these things. Hope so, since your medical expires at the end of November. Well, I mean, you'd still have to re-up it anyway. You just have to schedule your written and other tests. Okay. Good. I'm so excited. Ah, it will. It's gonna work this time. You're going to be so surprised. Oh, I need my and you get to look back on all this time and be like, yes, it has finally happened. So Kilo, Charlie, Sierra, Quebec we're looking at the moment. And now I need to all right, now I have to do a little bit of okay, not that one. Dang it. Okay. Ooh, go to that one. Okay, I think that works. Yes, perfect. So let's say, you're back! Your friends were making fun of you because you like planes. That doesn't sound like very good friends. We love planes here. That's awesome. Yes. You would have believed me what? No, he was being sarcastic. No, it's good. It's good. But no, we do. We love planes here. So it is. Oh, shoot. And that is a very nice for your friends to be bullying you for something that you like. And planes are objectively cool, so. Okay, so Kilo, Charlie, Sierra, Quebec. Destination is going to be Kilo, Charlie, Sierra, Quebec. Kilo, Romeo, Delta, Kilo. Shoot. Kilo, Lima, Whiskey, Delta. And Kilo, Charlie, November, Charlie. All right, so this is their potential route, right? Okay. So we have a student who's flying out of Creston Muni, and they want to do their long cross country. Let me find the thing. Maneuvers, procedures. Sorry, I'm just going to do the table of contents. Table of contents. Solo, recreational, private, flight, aeronautical experience. Here we go. So, hang on. Person who applies for a private pilot certificate with an airplane category single engine class rating must log at least 40 hours of flight time, includes 20 hours of flight training from an authorized instructor and 10 hours of solo flight training. The solo flight training in the areas of operation listed in B1 of this part. So, solo is in B1. Hang on. Where's B? Oh, 107. Hang on. Sorry, 10 hours. Here we go. 10 hours of solo flight time in a single engine airplane consisting of at least 5 hours of solo cross-country time, 1 solo cross-country flight, here it is, of 150 nautical miles total distance with full stop landings at 3 points, 1 segment of the flight consisting of a straight line distance of more than 50 nautical miles between the takeoff and landing locations. Yes. That one. So, especially when they have big round engines. Yes. Your fate plane is a 747-800. Nice. Or Airbus 330. Very cool. Oh, I like that. So you are neither an Airbus or a Boeing person. You're a planes person. I like that. That's good. Anyone who makes fun of a pilot is low expectations, where a pilot has high expectations. Exactly. Especially when they have big round engines. What do you mean? Because that's the ones that go. Sorry. Those are the nice, big, loud ones. You see 747-8s all the time. The effect of their size has worn off. I will let that comment lie. Radials, right. Without pilots, yes, mechanics would be out of a job. That's all you're going to say about that. Well, without you guys, we would be out of planes. So, we love you. Okay, so going back. So, this cross country must be 150 nautical miles total distance with full stop landings at 3 points. So, let us look. Is it 150 total miles? Can you see my cursor? It is 186. That should be good. It's going to have 3 landings. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that. Still, okay. It doesn't have to be that. It could just be a triangle like that, but it would have to be over that 186. Does it have a straight line from one segment of the flight consisting of a straight line distance of more than 50 nautical miles between the takeoff and landing locations? Oops. This one looks to be above. Where is it? Why doesn't it show? Ah, there it is. 66 nautical miles. All right, check there. So that should count, right? Oh, no, 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 no. It doesn't count. Want to know why? And I knew this because... Sorry. So we're starting here, okay? Creston. This, from here to here, is 41 nautical miles. From here to here is definitely less than that. From here to here is 46 nautical miles. It has to be at least 50 nautical miles in order to, from the point of origin, there needs to be one landing more than 50 nautical miles from the point of origin, because, and I knew that, and I told him that. I couldn't remember why or where I had to look for it. But it's in here, in the applicability and definitions. Cross-country time means includes a landing at a point other than the point of departure for the purpose of meeting the aeronautical experience requirements for private pilot certificate, etc. Time acquired during a flight includes a point of landing that was at least a straight line distance of more than 50 nautical miles from the original point of departure. So I knew it wasn't, it couldn't work. I didn't know where it came from. That's where it came from. You see 4 takeoffs and landings. It is, I realize that now, but it's still a cross country that works. You just have to do just a little bit more work. So if we wanted to, instead of doing that, we could, I think this one up here, KHNR, oops, and R. And then could go down to Caritic. Oh, but see, okay, so we have our 50 nautical mile leg there, over 50 nautical mile leg there, but it's not a great enough distance. So then we go instead to Shenandoah, KSDA. Gosh darn it. 156, perfect. So there we go. There is our potential cross country for our student. Yay! So we would take off 1, 2 landing, 3 landing. Yeah. So that was a thing. And that's why, so for this one, we're talking about logbook and endorsements and stuff like that. But this is getting into this other task that we have to do. So yeah, so we did that. And then once our student, is ready for the pilot practical test. He is 16 now, so he has to be going to be 17 before taking his practical test, for one. And then I had to review his home study curriculum, if he still has to take the written test, and endorse him with that. And then I have to endorse him for his knowledge test, which is A32. And then once he does that, then we do our number 1, has logged and received training within 2 calendar months of the test. Review any deficiencies on the knowledge test, Alpha 2, and then endorsing for the for that specific, the private practical test, which is Alpha 33. And then I think that's it for that scenario. We have 2 more scenarios. Okay, I think we'll be fine. These shouldn't go as slowly. Oh. Yeah, okay, that's fine, I guess. You had that issue with your flight school. Once you were ready for solo long cross country, they imposed a new SOP, and it limited where you could go for the XC. Half of them didn't count. But why? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry. Like, what's the thought process? Honestly, again, hello, how's it going? I hope you're well. I don't get why. I've said before, I have been incredibly grateful for the opportunities that I have had, and the amount of freedom that was provided and given. No idea. Weird. It's hard to hear me. Oh no. Okay, hang on. Let me check. Oh, is it the music? Oh god, hang on. Is it the music and my mic's too low? You hear just fine? Oh no, I've had that as well, where it's been like, it has been on the other end, but I do, so yes, is there any troubleshooting that could be done on your end, or is it just my settings are coming out differently on your end than on other ends? No, do not be sorry, because I do appreciate that. I constantly have what's the word? Sound issues, so I appreciate it being brought to my attention. So no, and it could be the music as well. Do you guys mind if I turn the music off for now, and then we'll go? I'll go like that for now. Maybe that'll at least help, because it could be how my settings come out on your end as well. I'll get out of that entirely there. So yes, happy to have you here. I hope it's better now. Otherwise, let me know and we'll see if there's anything else I can do. So yes, so over here we have a commercial rotorcraft pilot, was in the military, got 500 hours total time. He's got his multi for fixed as well as his multi-rotor. Oh god, do you guys want to hear a terrible? So my instructor is in the military, and I had to ask the question. He's like, yeah, this guy has his multi for both fixed wing and rotorcraft. And I was like, oh god, okay. So there can be rotorcraft that have 2 engines. And he was so nice about it. For as much crap as he gives me, sorry. Like overall, he was so nice about that one. Good day. How's it going? There have been times when you needed someone to yell at you to turn on your mic. Right, exactly. And that's why I would rather have like any potential sound issues brought to my attention, even if they don't end up being my fault. Because then we can work on them together. Helicopter structures are your next course. Oh god, witchcraft though. Witchcraft. So you're gonna have the incantus, and you're gonna be stirring your cauldron. No, that's super cool. But they are. That was one of my things. I was just like, I mean, it makes sense that they could also have two engines. It's just like, where do you put them? Oh, you can have double. Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind. I figured it out now. I need to learn aircraft in general. Helicopters are cursed and magical. Yes, absolutely. That's what I keep saying. But yeah, it is. They're super interesting. But again, so he's got his multi for both fixed wing and rotorcraft. Got instrument for both of those as well. What he wants to do now is get his commercial fixed wing. So what does he have to do? Okay, so also, oh god, perhaps look at the V-22 or the Chinook. I feel like potentially the Chinook is the one that came up when he mentioned it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. See, I'm just thinking of like the bubble copter, or similar. Um. So yes, the V-22. Hello. How are you? I hope well. What fun things have you been working on? Yeah. Oh, is the Osprey the one that can like turn into like it's vertical but also yeah, short takeoff and landing and vertical takeoff and landing. So cool. Chinook is by far the most famous surface level multi-rotor aircraft that comes to mind. I know. Like that's yeah, I get it. I get it now. But like yeah, at the time I was just like in my mind just helicopter was just like the little like pointy nose one with the little just the one on the yeah. Also believe that Blackhawk, I think that might have been the one, and the Apache are twin engine as well. Yeah, not that it isn't cool, but still, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I felt so foolish, but I do. I feel foolish all the time. But one of the things that he actually said though was when you start feeling like the more you learn, the less you know, that's when you're getting close to where you're going to be ready for the check ride. And I was like, I've been feeling that for a long time, or like specifically now, it honestly has been starting to get to that point. And he's like, well, sounds like you're getting close. And I was like, no. So yeah, but it is. It's just there's just so much. So yeah. So how does this person have to get to the next stage, or how does it get from multi-fixed or commercial multi? So he's got commercial multi. He wants single engine multi. So then we go to um additional aircraft qualification. So for this one, there's not usually a written, no real minimum training. The check ride will require Alpha 1, Alpha 2. And here's some endorsements that can be necessary but may not be. So if it's a commercial, hang on, single, that's an additional class. Shoot, there was another paper that I had. I'll try to just yeah. So basically, we'll just find added category. Um, it's in here somewhere. I'm so sorry. I appreciate you guys letting me go through this stuff and get all tangled up in it, because it does, like, going over it with my instructor, just all of the different things where you can get screwed over. That's a way to put it. Just because of semantics and freaking lawyer words that I can't say because I'm a lady. Where is it? Type. I'm looking for type. Um, this one, I think. For an additional aircraft rating on a pilot certificate other than airline transport, person must meet the requirements of this section. All right, a person who applies to add a category. So we're on class, a class rating on a pilot certificate. So category is, so you have ASEL, aircraft, airplane, single engine, land. Airplane is the category. So that's airplane, rotorcraft, glider, ultralight, any of those. Single engine or multi-engine, land and sea are our classes. So he's got his commercial single engine. He wants he has his commercial multi. He wants commercial single engine. So that's a class. Person who applies for additional class rating must have logbook or training record endorsement from an authorized instructor attesting that the person was found competent in the appropriate aeronautical knowledge areas and proficient in the appropriate areas of operation. Must pass the practical test. Need not meet the specified training time requirements prescribed by this part that apply to the pilot certificate. Need not take an additional knowledge test. So yeah, so that's all he's got to do for that one. It seemed like it should have been a lot more than that. I tried to make it a lot more than that, and it wasn't. So yeah, still working on that stuff, but yeah. You knew a guy in the Army who worked on Blackhawks argue with you that all helicopters had two engines for redundancy, and you told him about the Bell 47. Did that argument come to an end quick? FS Academy put out a new lesson. Hello, by the way. FS Academy put out a new lesson that's really fun so far. What does that mean? Is that on FS 2020? MSFS 2020? Nice. I do at one point want to go through all of those lessons. That would be fun. You're actually doing a video on multi-engine and if redundancy is a misconception or not. Ooh. In the research phase right now. Ooh. I want to ask questions, but I don't want to. I'm so curious. What's your potential timeline? I'll go with that. So, like, how long do I have to wait? Because if I have to wait a long time, I want to ask my question. I mean, it depends on which engine failed, right? Oh, long answer, it depends. Short answer, it also depends. Wait, isn't it short answer, it depends, long answer, it also depends? Haha, semantics. Unless you were being ironic. Not really going to comment much on helicopters because that's honestly way outside what you're comfortable with, but your video will focus on military aviation, airliners, and GA. Nice, that's super interesting. Oh, I'm looking forward to it. That'll be great. Okay. So there, we went through that scenario in much less time than the first one. So let's move on to our next one. Okay. Oh, and that's the thing too, for like this one and for the next one as well. There's like a lot of stuff in here that on one hand you want to think about, but also could be little red herrings. So like, yeah, we'll just simply move on to this one, which, so it is 42-year-old, private pilot, got private pilot certificate in 1996. Has not flown since 1997, but they bought themselves a Piper Arrow. That's a complex aircraft that I found out. It also has 201 horsepower, and the insurance requires 25 hours of dual for him to fly that aircraft. All right, so where I all went with that. This is why I'm saying, like, all of the different red herrings for this. Hoping for this Monday, but you got some office building you're working. Ooh, you're working on. Okay. That sounds fun too. But okay. All right. So either this Monday or next. Okay. Probably next. Okay. Working with a friend of yours, commercial pilot with multi, does ATC IRL. Nice. Had him double check your homework to make sure you're not completely incompetent. Always a good thing to do. Excellent. Fun. Well, I'm looking forward to that. I hope it goes really well. I hope you find out a bunch of interesting things. And I am looking forward to learning the interesting things that you find out. You have your route planned out for tomorrow? Nice, nice. Where did you decide to go? So the things that I started looking at was 42-year-old private pilot. So over 40 years old, has to do his medical, that sort of a medical or whatever. And my instructor goes, does he? And I was like, well, yeah. Or I guess the question is that my job? Technically, no, it's not. So, like, I mean, that's something that can be brought up. Like, okay, as your instructor, do you know that you have to have all this stuff, sort of whatever? But because does he need a medical in order to fly with me? No. um, there's the whole like logging pilot in command and acting as pilot in command and stuff like that. But that's just another whole can of worms. So, and then the insurance requires 25 hours of dual. So, do I need to give him all of that dual? No, he could go fly with a different instructor if he wanted to. So, yeah. So then we started looking at, where was it? Hang on. That's what it was. Okay, so it's a complex aircraft. So that comes into the additional shoot. Was that where I was? I was there, wasn't I? There. Okay. Class rating, type rating. Oh, the other thing. I had a one of those things that you think that that you learn during like initial training and then you get confused about and think that the whole time. So type ratings. Type ratings are ratings. Complex, high performance, high altitude, tail wheel, all of those are just endorsements. You don't have to take a check ride for those. Those are just, you get experience, you get training, you get an endorsement. Type rating has to do with its any sort of turbojet. If it's a turboprop, then that doesn't need an additional type rating. But if it's a turboprop that's over 12,500 pounds, that's the other thing. Is if it's over 12,500 pounds, that also requires a type rating. Again, this is stuff that I'm remembering. Aircraft not capable of instrument maneuvers and procedures. What? Hang on. Okay, never mind. That's type rating. Sorry. Moving on. So yes, again, don't learn anything from me. I'm just trying to understand things and get things into my mental box and yeah, all the things. PVD to BWI. That sounds familiar, BWI. Okay, nice. Why did you decide on that one? 3-hour flight with a warrior. Very nice. Excellent. That sounds like fun. Engineer plane with a single pilot with a single. Ooh, interesting. Okay, sorry, not getting into this. Gosh darn it, where is it? Tail wheel. I just need to search for tail wheel. Hang on. Control find. Tail wheel. Okay. But complex. High altitudes, high performance. So if I am working with this person, this Piper Arrow is both complex as well as a high performance aircraft. So looking at that, potentially needs complex and high performance endorsements. So where is it? Okay. Except as provided in paragraph law of this section, no person may act as pilot in command of a complex airplane unless that person has received and logged ground and flight training from an authorized instructor in a complex airplane or flight sim, etc. Received a one-time endorsement in the pilot's logbook from an authorized instructor who certifies the person is proficient to operate a complex airplane. However, the training and endorsement required by paragraph E1 of this section is, oh, sorry, I realized that that's covering things. The training endorsement is not required if the person has logged flight time as pilot in command of a complex airplane or blah, 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 prior to August 4th, 1997. So, and like I caught that as I was reading through this, and he was a little bit upset that I had thwarted his thwarted his plan to trip me up there. So so if this person had flown the pilot in command whatever of the complex aircraft, and that was before this time period where he had flown, um that would not be what's the word, not be necessary technically. But um but also, like, if I'm signing him off for other stuff, like, it would probably be a good idea. And it's just again one of those like legal things versus proficiency things. Oh, because Land Alpha should be controlling. Okay, so like in that area, so it's not like did you choose those specific spots within that area for a reason, or it just like worked out that way? You know what I mean? But yes, okay. And then the high performance, same potential sort of thing. Um, in the regs. And then the other thing, so we figured that out. Oh, the other thing that he mentioned is like what you can do is be like, okay, so you're coming to me to get to get set up in your Piper Arrow, be able to fly that, get all that together. So how about, would you like to work on, well, so I can't right now do the instrument training, except I think I could do like some of the instrument training. A chunk of the instrument training has to be a double I, but some of that, at least like safety pilot time or whatever, can be me. I'll have to go over that specifically. But if he wants, like maybe he wants to go for his commercial or something like that, we can start working on that stuff as well while we're working on this 25 hours of dual, if that's what we're going to be doing. And then, oh, I felt so bad. My instructor goes, anything else that he needs? And I'm like, I don't know. And he's like, you think maybe it'd be a flight review? Oh my God. Yeah, so needs a flight review. So then his next thing that he told me was, all right, so I'm going to go over here and do other things. And you're going to write down the things that you're, or gather things that you're going to do for the flight review. And I was like, oh no, I hadn't actually like gone over that stuff yet. So I went to flight review. Let's find this. Oh no. There. So I went here, except as provided in a flight review consists of a minimum, so must be a minimum of 1 hour flight training, 1 hour of ground training. Must go over the current general operating flight rules of Part 91, review of the maneuvers and procedures at my discretion to demonstrate safe exercise of the privileges of the pilot certificate. Yeah, so all of those things every 2 years, unless you do a check ride. And again, I haven't had experience with flight reviews yet because I'm just trying to get through check rides. So that's what we have to do. Flight review. Hour of flight training, hour of ground training. What am I going to do? Okay, so we'll go over the general operating flight rules. We'll go over the maneuvers and procedures. And as I was starting to go through that, I was like, oh God, oh no. And then, so like, I look up and he's looking at me like, and I was like, okay, so is there something like not a cheat sheet, but like somewhere to go and look that kind of like gives a little like skeleton thing that I can look at for the flight review? And he's like, yeah, maybe you should look at the advisory circular. Hey, it was supposed to be open. Gosh darn it. Hang on. So there is an advisory circular for the flight review, which I have not yet gone into. And he said, well, we would have been done with this if you would have just said that you were just going to follow the advisory circular. And I was like, no. But then we moved on to other things. So yeah, so I'll have to go over this advisory circular when it comes to the flight review. It's also for instrument proficiency check, but I can't do that. I don't think. I'll have to look. It is. There's so many different. Oh, I just need to get my double I so I don't have to worry about what things I can and can't do. You chose it because of him, right? You're going to fly using VORs only. Very nice. That'll be excellent fun. Hello? No. Absolutely not. I am not an instructor. No. Soonish. Not soonish. We're study buddies. That is all. How are you, by the way? How's it going? You all are not learning anything. And I say that like as my disclaimer, but also I think it's just stating fact. You all are not learning anything. I'm so sorry. My instructor sounds like a troll. He's an absolute troll. The banter is real. We give each other. Oh, I have story times about that. It was good. There was a good one. We will. I think we're done kind of with that, unless anybody has any questions. But yeah. Oh, well, we can go over this quick. So yeah, so recreational pilot. One of the things that instructor said is like, if somebody comes to me for recreational pilot, just be like, you know what? Let's just go for the private. Because it started out as being like hopefully an easier path like towards the private pilot, but it just kind of didn't. Yeah, it doesn't really do that much. So yeah. So then we got all that. So we have a recreational pilot. We can look at, oh, the other thing. Hang on. The other things that I remember. So when you look at the table of contents, where is it? Hang on. This was amazing. So when you look at, hang on. So you have your student pilots, recreational pilots, private pilots, commercial pilots. All of those, right? All of these right here. Student, recreational, private. So if you look at these, the numbers are all the same. Like, it makes sense. They're laid out logically. So the 1, right, is, well, that just, never mind. So the 3 is eligibility requirements. The 5 is aeronautical knowledge. Hang on. You know what? Screw student pilot. Sorry. Student pilots are their own thing. Let's look at commercial pilots. Okay. Applicability or private pilots are their own thing. 3 is eligibility requirements. 5 is aeronautical knowledge. 7 is flight proficiency. 9 is aeronautical experience. Yeah. So that was fun until I found just now all of the different where it's not quite what it is. But no, they're all in order, so that's nice to be able to be aware of. And that's basically what this ends up being, is being able to find all of the things and understand all of the things. So yeah. All right. So we will get in. Yeah, I think that's it. So yay. We will get Flight Simulator up. Da, da, da. Oh, and not that you're any better. Oh no, it is. It's fun. We have a good time, and it keeps me from being too overthinky, which I'm so good at. So yeah, no, it is. It's a lot of fun, and it also makes it like when he is really genuine and really supportive and stuff. It's like that. I don't know. It kind of hits more because it's like, oh, you're not giving me a crap. I can say that word, not the other word. So yeah, then it's like, all right, okay, I guess I can do this sort of thing. So you're not learning a thing. Good, excellent, perfect. I appreciate that. Masters, no, absolutely not. Hi, how's it going? Y'all, if FAA comes in here, they're gonna come for me, and it's gonna be all y'all's fault for saying that you're learning stuff and all of that. Master CFI. I do. I look forward to being a good CFI. I'm just not sure when that's going to be. And I mean, even when I'm a CFI, I will still be looking forward to when I'm actually a good one. You know what I'm saying? You actually are. No, you're not learning anything. Absolutely not. No, you're not allowed. Might come to me to get your FAA add-on that Canadian pilots can get. Okay, that is going to require more studying for me. So let me know in advance, okay? What's required of that? Absolutely no idea. That is. So in the US, there's a TSA thing where you have to validate citizenship. And we talked about that right away with my instructor and I, and he's like, doing foreign pilots, that's an entirely different thing. So I have absolutely no idea. Can you fly in formation when flying passengers on a tour? No. No, you can't. You're not allowed to do it with passengers. There's learning? There is not learning. That is a great question, and the answer is absolutely not. Hello, how's it going? You're not supposed to learn. Because they were just, that's exactly what it is. We're study buddying it. And that honestly is what it is. Like, I'm just going over the stuff that I learned, getting it in my own mentality. And like, I hope, like, if it spurs like your own research into things and talk, like, again, if like doing piloting things, check with instructor and all of that. Where were we going? Kilo Charlie Sierra, Quebec. Oops. Like, yeah, like I don't mind if it spurs your own research and study and discussion with instructor, but not learning in general. If any guys in black suits show up, just let them know it. No! Oh, taught you how to skydraw? Okay. Yeah, that's probably okay. I mean it's not, but here's the answer. Advisory circular. Yes, absolutely. I will look into that one. I may have to be reminded about it because I'm not going to have to use it right now. But yeah, like there's so many of those, the advisory circulars, and they are incredibly helpful, but then there's also sometimes they're almost as confusing as everything else, which is awesome. Hang on, I have to do a thing. What am I doing? Options, general. I don't know why it keeps deciding it doesn't want to be full screen. Oh, and now I can turn this on again. There we go. State restored. Okay. All right. Oh, look at how pretty it is. Oh. Oh, I have quite a few stories. So hopefully we'll just try and crank out the maneuvers and then we'll just do like bam 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 story time. How's that sound? Cuz yeah, we got much to get through. We're going to try and do the maneuvers again. I know how well they worked last time, but we're going to try it. Listen. You can hear it, right? Hang on, let me check. Hello. 1 second. Sky Command, hello. How are you? Adventural, how's it going? Good to see you all. Thank you for the raid. Welcome. How was your stream? What were you doing? I hope you're well. It's good to see you. We are just getting into the plane. We have been doing, I was checking the sound to make sure that it's okay. Okay, we can hear the things, so we'll go with that. Let me know if it's too loud or if it's too quiet. Oh, that's spooky. Scott! Yes! And my chicken, like, hello, yes, hello. Oh, you're not a good pilot, so you had to send it to a real one. Oh no. Oh no, like this is gonna be questionable. So hope you're not expecting much. Oh, disclaimer. So we're doing CFI practice. I'm training in real life to be an instructor, but I am not currently an instructor, so I am not teaching anything, and you are not learning anything. You're not learning anything. There's no learning happening here. We're study buddying. So yeah, so just disclaimer. Read with love, accepted with love. Thank you. Welcome with love. It is. It's so good to see you. I hope things are well. I'm doing quite well. It is quite busy at the moment because of training and stuff, but we're working on it. So yes, look at the pretty and listen. Gorgeous. Oh, and then you. But you want it. No, you're not allowed. You're not allowed. You're not allowed. You are my guinea pigs. You get to watch my struggle and be amused. And at some point I will be proficient enough and legal to potentially could potentially be okay for me to be instructing, but also not, because that just gets weird. So no learning, only enjoying, which are not mutually exclusive things, but for this they are. Isn't the whole point of studying is learning? Yes, but see, so we're okay. So we're study buddies, but the studying that needs to be happening. So my studying is my thing, and anything that you would be studying needs to be studied outside of this. So it's more like we're hang on. God dang it. Why'd you have to You have found a loophole in what I thought was a loophole, or you have closed the loophole that I thought was a loophole. We're study buddies in the sense that you're hanging out while I'm studying. There, that's what it is. And I'm bouncing ideas off of you, and you're laughing at me. There, that's what it is. You're a harmful pilot, so you joined a No! You can't be saying things like that. People will believe you. Oh, you have not learned a thing. Good, excellent. That's also just general, again, stating general facts. But thank you. I appreciate you not learning anything. We can learn near each other. Yes, just not from each other. Yes, perfect, exactly. Proximity learning. Yes, I like that. Proximity learning. That's better. There it is. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. Anyway, right seat. We're doing the thing. So, students that aren't, you're not students. I am talking to Chicken. Chicken is my guinea pig student. All right, Chicken. So, we need to pre-flight our aircraft. We need to make sure that things are all in working order, at least before we take off. So yes. So first what we're going to do is we're going to take out the control lock, because that is, I don't want to get too deeply into things. We're going to take out the control lock. Just do that. It holds the controls in place. We don't want to do that. Yeah, we don't want to have that when we are trying to maneuver or work the controls. God, I'm so good at speaking things. This is why I'm practicing. I'm so sorry you guys have to witness it. Take a picture of the hobs and the tack, because that's how you pay for your rental. And then what we're going to do is we're going to turn on the battery. We're going to check our electronics. So we're going to put our pitot heat on, nav lights. We don't use our strobe. We don't have a strobe, actually. Beacon, taxi, landing lights. We're going to put our flaps down. Awesome. We're going to check. Oops. Check that. All those are good. Okay. So, good. 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 Grasp the pitot tube. Feel that heat. Turn it off. You see evidence of a Wombi on the dash. Yes. Hello, Ducky. Ducky's. I just love Ducky so much. Stream provides insight into learning requirements towards becoming an instructor, but by no means substitutes instruction from a certified individual instructing in official capacity. Thank you. Yes, exactly that. That was beautiful. Chicken is a guinea pig. Yes. Does that make him a guinea hen? That was terrible. But also, maybe you're a member of the FAA. Well, again, like I said, I'm not teaching anything. They aren't learning. They're trolling me by saying they are learning. That is what that is. All evidence to the contrary. Should you look up what a C-152 control lock would look like so it could actually be there? If you wanted, but otherwise, like, no. I don't think the 150 that I fly in we don't even use a control lock. So, no, yeah. If you wanted to, that would be cool, but otherwise, definitely not necessary. Don't look too closely at the flap hinges. Repaired internally, but probably shouldn't fly like that. What do you mean? Okay, hang on. Now I gotta look. Sorry. I can't get closer. Should I be seeing something already, or can I just not get close enough in order to? Oh wait, if I no, that's not gonna work either. I feel like something looks like different, but I could just attribute it to it being a different aircraft. But what? Feels like you're learning. You're not learning anything. They're just a bit loose. It's fine. Okay, sounds good. All right. Not looking too closely. Fair enough. Very cool though. I do. I like getting these like little insights into the things. Oh! I could. Hang on. Ooh, other way. So if I hang on. Oops, wrong way. Oop, frick. Sorry. Oh, wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Isn't this my flap lever? Okay. What on earth? Hang on. Oh, that's why. Maybe. Probably. Hang on. Oh, okay. Got it. Ooh, that was cool. I've never actually looked at that before. Okay. Cool. Okay, sorry. Oh, but we need those out. There we go. Okay. All right. Control the space. Speaking of writing legal disclaimers, which is apparently what you do in your free time now, I have not. I know. It has like within the next like 3 weeks is going to be like weird for me. So I remember and I was like, oh no, I haven't done it yet. I'm going to. So what about legal disclaimers, I guess? Or do you mean the just in general? I will let you know. I'm going to do that. It is. I've just been, schedule has been, yeah. No rush. Just excited for the reaction. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, I am. I'm excited too. So I will get to it. I'm very much looking forward to it. Oops, wrong button. Fingers. Oh God, what have I done? All right, so we did the thing. Okay, so then we go outside the aircraft. All right, student, guinea pig, guinea hen. So we check our static port. Because we want to make sure that that's clear of any debris. We check our vents, make sure those are clear. Our pitot tube, make sure that's clear, and this drain hole under here. We also check our fuel vent, make sure that's clear, and our stall horn, whatever that is. Check to make sure all our connections are good on our flap, as well as on our aileron up in here. Wiggle the rods a little bit, twist them a little bit to make sure they have movement. And then we drain a little bit of fuel from this wing. And when we're looking at that, we have our little cup thing or tube. We are looking for any sediment or any bubbles at the bottom, which the bubbles at the bottom indicate water. And we also want that nice light blue color where if you hold it up to something white, you can see that little bit of light blue. And then just give it a good sniff to also make sure, as well as to just have a good time. So apparently the 150 that I'm flying has been getting water in the tanks for some reason. Probably won't be as good as the last one, but substantially shorter and more compact. Okay, sounds good. I did notice it was quite shorter, so I was like, okay, I can do this. I just need to have just like the little bit of time, and then I will sit down and I will completely immerse myself within it, and then yes, that'll let you know. Someone's going to take that out of context. Which part? The good sniff? A good sniff? Oh yeah. What's the blue gel looking stuff under the wing? Oh god, I don't know. What? Where? Am I missing something? But yeah, so apparently the 150 that I've been flying has been getting water in the tanks, and I actually almost missed a bubble because apparently my thumb was covering it up, but I think it was also just like the little like cap thing on the bottom. And it was just like right in the little concave bit at the bottom where that cap was kind of covering it. So he tilted it. My instructor was like, oh, hey, check it, whatever. And you just like tilt it, and there was a little bubble. And I was mortified. But now that's something that I will be teaching is don't just look at it like that. Give it a little tilt. So, yeah. So there was that. And then we check our antennas, make sure those are all good. Check our wheel. Check our elevator and those connections, our rudder and those connections. And then you can also, here's the trim tab, check that connection. And now, all right, student, guinea hen, you can do the other side of the walk around. And then they will do the thing, and I will watch and correct or just guide. And then we check our oil, make sure it is, speaking of, I think we just did it last time, so it should be fine. 5.1, yeah, that's good. So as long as it's like 4 3/4, that should be good. And then engine was good. Drain a little bit of fuel from there. Then there is also another one, not just so you strain it from the cockpit for that. No, this one is not a strain from the cockpit. It's a strain from here. And then there's another little push sump thing on the bottom there that I didn't know about, which I'll start doing now. And then you do the leading edge of the propeller. This one doesn't have an alternator belt, so don't do that one. Wiggle the exhaust, make sure it doesn't move or only moves just a little bit. Then the 4 fingers to make sure there's enough clearance on the nose wheel, and check the nose wheel. Yeah, excellent. Amazing. You have found more than one fuel leak? Okay. So like what does that mean? Like cuz yeah. I don't want to get too much into it. What are the antennas for? Okay. So I just kind of the whiskers on the back are your VOR because they make a V. The puck on the top is the GPS. I think these are the communication radios. I'm not sure. The fin is the is it the I want to say it's the DME. I could be wrong. This one I think is the NDB. This one here. And that's it, right? I think. I could be absolutely wrong. If somebody knows better, let me know. Because again, y'all ain't learning anything. Under the fuselage, yeah, that's me. Okay, thank you. Like, I did. I just, thank you. Hi, how's it going? I did. I just did that, that task, and it was the belly fin, but I was trying to remember which one that I had done, and for some reason I was thinking maybe the DMU wouldn't be because of the other thing, but no, yeah, that, yeah, yes, thank you. No ELT. Oh shoot. I think the ELT that in at least my home aircraft was here. But no, we cowboys out here. No, we don't need no sting. Hey, let me hang on. Tomato flames. We're gonna move on. It should be there. ELT is on top. Right. It should be this one. It should be like there-ish, maybe. That's where I think it usually is. But can't you also have one just inside? And then you don't need that, questionably? Because I know for dang sure there was one time I was flying in a different aircraft and the ELT was right here. And I totally need it and turned it on in the hangar. So, but we ended up having to call and make sure that they didn't get an alert, and they didn't. So, yeah. Okay, it should be on top as the most common sense spot. Right. Yeah, I do. I remember being in like private and being like, okay, what are all these freaking antennas? And now I kind of understand. So that's nice. You're familiar with A320s, not that familiar with GA aircraft. But that's the thing, is airliners are just big GA air with some exceptions. So it does make sense. Familiarization is common between. So yeah, so then what we're going to do is we're going to do our thing. We're going to do check our circuit breakers. We did that, blah. Make sure none of those are popped. Then we're going to do our check the fuel. Fuel's on both. Trim is on takeoff. Did our circuit breakers. Then we do our brakes and pedal test. So don't remove the rudders too much, but make sure they have movement. Make sure our brakes work. And then we do our passenger briefing. So we're gonna make sure seatbelts are on at all times. Exits out the doors to the left. That's a left and right. For now, make sure they are shut and locked. And then we recently, I think. So the one that I learned for here is if we lose power on the rollout, we'll stop on the runway. If it's after takeoff and below 1,000 feet, land straight ahead. If it's above 1,000 feet, we'll turn around and land back on the runway. However, hello! Thank you for the follow! Oh gosh, Fawaz! I'm sorry if I pronounced that horribly. But I appreciate the follow. Thank you for being here and appreciate I want to say the knowledge, but we've been saying we're not allowed to be learning anything. So so I don't know if we can. Yes, I appreciate the knowledge, appreciate the help. So yeah, hope you're well. They can be on the underside too. RB12. Oh, there you go. One antennas. Oh God, look up Elant aircraft. Where's my looky uppy thingy? So yeah, recent lesson, my instructor went over a more thorough pre-flight briefing that we will go over. I think after we turn the aircraft on though. What am I looking at? I see a plane. It's a chonky plane. What antennas should I be looking at? Is there a specific picture? that I should be looking at? Wait, are those a bunch of belly fins underneath? RC-12X. I like the cute little belly fins. Holy, what the, why? But why? It looks like a pin cushion. Just to narrow it down. Oh my gosh. Love that thing. I was just so shocked. I'm sure I could grow to love the thing. Don't take that out of context. Okay. That's cool. So like why? Why? I need a little bit more. A little bit more context for that. Okay, so we did that, and then we're going to seat track back and lock chicken. Then we're going to autopilot is irrelevant. We don't have that. Avionics are off. Yeah, they're all off, plus the little thing over here. Carb heat is in. We turn our beacon on so that people know that even though the aircraft is off, they can see it and be like, oh, this is starting. This aircraft is starting. Then we prime it twice. We put our brakes on. We clear left. We clear right. We clear ahead. We clear back. Looks good. We open our window still. We say clear prop. And we give it a little bit. Give it a beat. All right. Nobody's yelling at us. Master switch on. Oops. Master switch on, please. Thanks. Mixture goes on. Throttle goes slight. And then we do the thing. Oops. No. There. Boom. Oops, wrong button. Bring our flaps up. Nav lights can go on. Taxi light can go on. And this one, we will lean the mixture on the ground, even though the one that I fly in real life, we do not. We're going to bring this up a little bit. And then we go on. Check in all the things. And then we'll get our weather. Bizarre one, look at, oh, Transavia. That almost sounds like Transylvania, which is fitting for the next week. PL 12. Air truck without a C. Oh. What? It looks like Woodstock. I love it. Oh my gosh. It is so squat and so small. Oh my gosh. This pleases me. I appreciate that. Happy plane noises, yes. Iling or SIGINT. Oh gosh. Intelligence, right? Which I don't. Signals intelligence. Okay, basically electromagnetic or signals intelligence. Okay, all the blades or antennas that can monitor different broadcasts. Usually additional antennas for other frequencies too, like radars and satellite communications and such. There's just so many. You notice the typo. It's Eland. Okay, I was wondering that. Not Ealing. Eland and SIGINT, which I will, again, try to remember. Electromagnetic signal intelligence. Very interesting. Okay. And I'm sure they all have their purpose, but it seems like overkill, but whatever they gotta do. So our weather, we have Kilo, Charlie, Sierra, Quebec, the 27th at 0255 Zulu, automated. The 40 degrees is our wind at 5 knots. 10 statute miles of visibility. Few clouds at 7,000, so that's not even a ceiling. 16 degrees Celsius, 13 degrees for our dew point, 3007 for our altimeter. Remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. My instructor also brought up, sorry, was it 3002? 3007, I think it was. Oh my god, 7. My instructor brought up the whole, how gonna have to get used to students, like, leaving, like, when they get the weather and it's on the radio, which I should probably start doing at some point. Getting the weather, and they just leave it on for a long time, either because they forgot that they left it on, or because they're still trying to catch everything. I remember those days. I was that person. I know him. He is me. So yeah, that's gonna be a thing. Let us check. 1,300 feet. Is that where we are? Show on map. That's where we are. 1,300 feet exactly. Beautiful. Check our instruments. Amazing. Excellent. Looking good. Hang on. This button. Start flight tracking. So now I know where we are. We are going. Ooh, we have to back taxi. Where are we gonna back taxi? Hang on, hang on. So there's a little turnout. So we're gonna go to the run-up area. Oh, sorry. Hang on. It was 40 degrees, right? So 40 degrees. We could take off on the grass runway. Is it open right now? Nah, we'll do our regular one. So 4 degrees. So that would be runway 34 is our best bet. So we will back taxi to the left. In a complex defensive establishment, you can run into a lot of communication stations, so it's to catch as much as you can, really. Oh, okay, the whole system of systems approach to modern warfare means things get extremely complex, extremely fast. Gotcha. Probably tell you they wish they had more antennas. Fair enough. Okay. I mean, that just goes to show how much that I know about this specific thing. So, gotcha. Just ring a 747 like that. Since you mentioned it. Oh no, is there one already? Oops. Sorry, turning. Okay, so now I have to kind of... Alright, so we practiced a little bit of taxi teaching, so I'll try and do that a little bit. So, alright, when you're taxiing, you're not using your yoke. Maybe once I get a little bit more comfortable as an instructor, I'll do the whole thing where I'll be like, alright, just go ahead and taxi. And then they'll use the yoke while I use the rudders, and then they'll try to, they'll have the yoke, like this, so they'll be trying to turn left, and I'll keep on going right, and pressing the right pedal, and then they'll go like that, and then I'll almost run them into the grass, and then I'll laugh and say, you gotta use your rudder, because that's a thing that instructors do, I have heard. But for now, I don't want to be that person, because I will screw something up doing that. So yes, so we use our pedals. So you want to start out, feet are on the floor, and then what you want to do is you just bring the tops of your feet onto the bottoms of the pedals, and you just kind of push forward on each one. So right to go right, left to go left. If you need braking, you slide your feet up, and then you press down on the tops. And then what you're going to do is you're just going to work the throttle. Don't go more than, like, apparently 1,500 on this one. Maybe like 1,200. Just keep it a nice and small. If you feel like you're going too fast, bring that throttle back. And then just do nice pressure application. It's not jamming your pedals in. It's just gentle corrections. Gentle corrections. Yeah, one of the things that my instructor has been doing is, like, trying to show me the things that students are gonna do. Like, way overcorrect, and then, or like get off center line, and then like way overcorrect, and then like way overcorrect again. I think we have to make our call. Approaching runway 16. Thank you, Preflight. I don't know where we are. Creston traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Back taxi Tree 4 Creston. You're sure if you thought of it in like 30 seconds, the DoD has thought of it? Fair. Okay. What if you're in an air coup? Oh God. What if there are no pedals? I don't know. I don't fly planes that don't have pedals, which is surprising because I didn't used to know that planes had pedals. I don't know. What do you do? So you don't have an example of a 747, but there are several 737 variants out there. Oh, and then we check the runways. Did I put the flaps up? Yes, we did. All right, and so you're going to what we call maintain center line. So you're going to have the center line. You want to stay in the middle of the roadway, not on, or sorry, of the runway or the taxiway, not on either side like you would in a car. You want to be in the middle for your wing clearance. So that center line, you want to be down the center of your plane. And we usually look at that as you put it as going through your yoke shaft. Or through your right leg. But the yoke shaft will help with transitioning to the right seat, so we'll just go with that. And again, just nice, gentle corrections. If you ended up getting too fast, pull that throttle out. You're doing a wonderful job, Chicken. Chicken is flying, by the way, so anything that goes wrong is his fault. What on earth is this? I'm concerned. Can I taxi out onto that? I feel like I shouldn't. But we're going to. Okay. And then if you're turning, you can use a little bit of brake and whip yourself around. I won't use that with a student. In the air coup, they are linked to the aileron. Oh, right. So you use the yoke to steer on the ground. Oh, so is that the one that's the No, hang on. That's the one that the ailerons are connected to the rudder pedals. Right? Hang on. Right? But interesting. Okay. So if I was in that sort of an aircraft, I would put that into my training. What up? How's it going? Follow your instincts, unless your instincts are wrong. What head tracking thing is that? Yes, Track IR Pro. So the there's Track IR, and that has like a little thing up here, and then the Pro comes on the side, and yeah, that one. It is. It's incredibly helpful, and yeah, you can like look and stuff, and you don't have to like press keys and all that, and it makes it a bit more realistic and immersive to have. So just go for the Pro version, more reliable. That's what I have heard as well. So yeah. Yeah. So, and then if use a little bit of brake to help you along in the turn, but don't ride the brakes. Make sure you're throttle and stuff. Okay, run up. So we check our fuel. Fuel's on both. Trim is still for takeoff, and we will do the usual, our control check. So you push the yoke in. This aileron is up, so you say up mine. You bring the yoke back in a nice square. You say that aileron is up yours, and you bring it forward, and then you go up ours. Yay! It's memorable, and it works. Control check. Oh, I keep on. That's one thing that my instructor is just peeved at me about, is I keep leaving the throttle out too much. I used to leave the throttle in way too much, so now I've gone the complete opposite way, which is awesome. It's not awesome. I don't know if that was enough dripping sarcasm, but yes, that was the thing. And then we do make sure our primer is in and locked. All of our instruments are good. Mixture is best in power. We're going to bring it in a little bit. All right, so now we do our control check. So we're going to hold the brakes. So slide our feet up and press down with our toes. So do our carb heat. Watch that drop. Mag 1. Watch that drop. Back. 2 notches over. Watch that drop. And back. Amps and volts. Vacuum. Oil pressure. Temperature. Bring that out. And you know what else we're going to do? Look over there. Over there. Over elsewhere. This isn't helping. Oh, and then we idled. Yeah. Pull it out to full idle. And there we go. Even if you have to wait and save, worth it. Yes, it is. I haven't had the non-pro version, so I don't know, but I trust Sogan's judgment. In this, at least. Usually use your mouse to look around freely, but then you have to take your hand off the throttles, which sucks, and you need to control your throttle and look around. Absolutely. Once you get this, the only downside, I guess, is that you're not going to be able to fly again without it. Only downside. So if something goes wrong, if you, I don't know, leave it somewhere or for some reason it doesn't work, it's going to be so hard to fly without it. So yes, absolutely recommended. Thank you for the follow, Medic433. I appreciate it. Hope you're well. Depends on what you fly. Airliners really don't benefit from it. Aerobatic, combat aircraft benefit massively. You do mostly GA and warbirds. Perfect. You need rudder pedals first. Those are nice as well. I do complain about them a lot, but they are very helpful rather than the keys. So at first you were offended, but then you remembered you made me play Haunt. Exactly. So speaking of, it's about that time again. If you have any suggestions, which I'm going to be so upset about, just like Haunt. But yes, I'm so excited to start more spoopins. I don't have any spoopy ones at the moment. I have just like Halloween-y cutesy ones. You already got one? Okay, sounds good. No, I can't get excited. It's not spooped over yet. But I am excited. I will. That will be probably the weekend before Halloween for that one, so it's nice and spoopy. But yes, definitely let me know. All right, so we did our run up, we did all the things. So now our wind is at 040. We're taking off runway 34. So we have a 60 degree. Did I do the math correctly? Yes, a 60 degree right crosswind. Our runway is 4,900 feet in length. This aircraft will probably take off at least in 1,000 feet. So if we are not off the runway by the 1,000-foot markers, we will, if we're not getting enough power or something like that, we are going to abort. We're going to go back and check things. If we lose power while we're rolling out, we'll stop on the runway. If it's after takeoff and we still have some runway remaining, we will land straight ahead. If we don't have any runway remaining, we will land within 30 degrees straight ahead. If we lose power after takeoff and it's above 1,000 feet, we will consider doing a turn back to the runway. I think that was all the things. Yeah. So yeah, we will take off 3-4 and we will do a left downwind departure to the south. So crest in traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 departing Tree 4, left downwind departure to the south. Creston. All right, so before we enter the runway, check our things. Green, mixture in, flaps, carb, trim, fuel. Then we do the thing.
Approaching runway 34.
Thank you, Preflight. We could go out there, but we have 5 times the amount of runway that we need, or should need. So we will be good with that. right. Okay. Oh, shoot. You know what? Hang on. Oh, shoot. I had that we're doing maneuvers, but okay. We're going to try and blast through the maneuvers, and then we're going to also do landings, because that's what we actually worked on most recently. So we'll take off first, and then we'll figure it out. All right, so full power, checking the things. Keep a little bit of right rudder in, looking for our rotate of 60. Climb. Oh, that's the other thing I was supposed to do. Rotate at 60, climb out to 2000 at 75. There were some other things, and now I'm trying to remember them. There we go. So I guess I'll tell first story time while we're getting to our practice area. We practiced the landings. We did power off 180, short and soft field takeoffs and landings. And we went to a different airport in order to do that. Watching, so we're at 1300, so in a little bit we're gonna check our greens. So we're green, carb heat, flaps, trim, fuel. Then we turn. That's probably a bit much. All right. Checking. Crest in traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Left downwind departing to the south. Last call. Creston. So, what we've been doing is Instructor. Again, I will say I am in real life. This is why we're right seat. I am in real life studying to be a CFI, an instructor. And so this is what I'm working on my training. So my instructor, what we've been doing is he will explain and show how he kind of teaches it, and then I do it, like I mimic him afterward. So we're getting ready to take off, and he starts talking crap, like, yeah, he's gonna show me the perfect 180, power off 180. He's gotten to a point where he'll say stuff like that, and then he'll immediately be like, and now this is the point where I am not going to do it. I'm gonna not be able to do it. And it's like, yeah, exactly. So he was talking crap like that. Oh, okay, sorry. 3 in the green. Are we talking about landing gear, or what part of that? Kilo Charlie Sierra Quebec. Yes, that sounds correct. That sounds Quebec. Ha 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 ha. Sorry. Yes. Tis. Yes, come fly if you would like. A barrel roll. Oh gosh, I'm not sure. Hang on. Wait. Hang on. Nope. I need that. Hang on. Whee. Nope. Push up. And then we oop. Thank you, Preflight. I didn't do that correctly, but there's your rollish. So yes, so then we were gonna go work on our, hello, by the way, how's it going? We were gonna go work on landings and takeoffs. So I did one takeoff. Then we went and he showed me the power off 180, doing that. And then, no, the other thing. Okay, so what he had me do, gosh, I wish I would have put the different title. Oh, is it too late for me to change it? I kind of want to change it. Because what he had me do. Mike India Whiskey is your home airport? Is that nearby? Hang on. Mike India Whiskey. Oh, that is nice. Have you been, oh God, have you been over to this one then? Longish cross country? Hear any wing struts clunk? I didn't at the time. I heard sync rate from my foreflight and that is it. Oh gosh. Now everything is all... I have messed up my aircraft. Hang on. Trim button. Hang on. We'll go like this. Bringing it down. So what he had me do is we were flying over to the other airport and he had me fly with only rudder and throttle. No yoke. And he wanted me to come in at a 45 degree to the downwind. And I was so nervous. And this is what we're doing right now. I'm trying anyway. And it didn't work out too bad. Nope, not yet. I'd say I'd recommend it, but I don't know. It seemed like a nice airport in here. What was the point in that? In what? In just doing the throttle and rudders to show that you don't need to over control with the yoke, as well as if for some reason you lost control surface effectiveness, that you would still be able to control the aircraft using those two things. So yeah, you've done that in the sim, but not IRL. I'm working on it. It was actually a lot better, I feel like, in real life. But then again, I'm always really bad on these controls. I always fly more poorly in the sim than I do in real life. Oh, sorry, I said it backwards. I fly better in real life, in general. Just rudder and throttle, yes. I read a couple of things. I think Patty Wagstaff, the aerobatic pilot, she has had quite a few times where I don't know how this works, but like things get caught in the elevator, cables and gears and stuff like that, whatever it is, sorry. And so she'll lose her elevator effectiveness. So then she just has to bring it down using the throttle and stuff. So yeah, it is something to, it's a skill to have. But yeah, I definitely didn't want to do it, but it was actually quite fun, and I was able to control it pretty well, and pretty accurately, so that was nice. Flying an aircraft is a balance of forces. Throttle only helps reinforce how those interact with each other and how it affects the plane as the balance changes. I like it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Force how those interact with each other. Ah, yeah. In a plane like that, it's a cable that moves the elevator. Right, so yeah, I think there was like a set of keys at one point was like stuck in or wrapped around something that made it so that the elevator didn't work. And yeah, it was an interesting, that was an interesting read. All right, so I'm going to try quickly. Okay, hang on, oops. Rudder. Nope. And it feels so weird seeing that, now that we're up more, now we can bring the throttle back a little bit. Bringing the throttle back a little bit. So yeah, like the aircraft is gonna oscillate generally. So like when it gets too nose high, it's gonna want to sink. But yeah, so when your nose low like that and the speed is higher, it kind of does feel weird to like put the throttle in order to raise the nose. But yeah. If the trim tabs are still operational, that may help too. Yes, it would. But I hate the trim tab on here. I don't like the trim button, so I'm going to ignore. But no, yes, that would absolutely. Unless that for some reason is also caught up in the whatever is the issue. All right, so we have a wind. Let us see. Winds. at around 3,000-ish feet. We'll do performance maneuvers first, and then we'll do ground reference maneuvers, since I have, I have gotten us way too far up anyway. Kind of. Hang on. 2,300 feet. Oh, I guess it's not that bad. We can sink. Hang on. So 1,300 feet, we'll do our performance maneuver, or ground reference maneuvers at 2,300 feet. So I'll just throttle out and we'll go down. So, our winds, according to our winds and temps, are 47 degrees at 8 knots. So that is about a northeasterly wind. Does math? Yes, northeasterly wind. So that's going to be a little bit wonky, just because it's not one of the cardinal directions, but we're going to deal with it anyway. So our ground reference maneuvers, why we do those. Oh, okay. So the 5 C's. 5 C's are clear the area. So we'll do that on our way down here. So clear the area, get our cardinal heading, and then we lift our wing and we turn 90 degrees. Checking, checking, checking. We're still trying to descend. Checking, checking, checking. I should have done a short field or a soft field take. And then we have made it to this 90-degree point. So now we can lift this wing and turn our opposite direction, looking out that way. Oops. Checking, checking, checking. While we're doing that, so ground reference maneuvers. We have 3, 2 that we're gonna do. So, turns around a point, S-turn, rectangular course. We just never really do that because it's basically just a traffic pattern. And then 8s on pylons. So we do those to understand how the wind affects our course along the ground and how to control our course along the ground. So for turns around a point, okay, so 5C is clear the area and then communicate. So we make our radio calls, any radio calls that we need, and then communicate our maneuver to the student. So turn around a point is we are going to try to turn around a point in a circle that is equidistant from that point that we choose. And we're going to bank to adjust for the effect of wind. So we're going to start our turn around a point. We're going to find a point, usually an intersection, or a point in the middle of intersections. We'll just go with the intersection for now. And we want to enter it on a, enter it with a tailwind as much as possible. So we're going to end up entering it with a slight crosswind since it's from 45 degrees. And so since it's over there, that looks like a good one. All right, so we're going to choose this intersection. Oops, I'm glad I'm not on bad, so I just pressed the button. So we're going to choose this one right here, this intersection, and we're going to come around. We're going to go up this way and then turn around so we have a tailwind when we enter our turn around a point. And we're going to pick points equidistant along these roads to kind of help us gauge where we need to be along those as we're doing our circle. And so that'll help us keep it nice and round, hopefully. So when we enter it with a tailwind so that we have our steepest bank. We'll end up having our steepest bank with that tailwind. Kind of, or coming in that crosswind with that tailwind, because we don't want it to be pushing us too far from our point. And then we'll come around. So we're coming around here. So that'll be, our steepest point will be about here-ish, steepest bank. And then we will be coming around this way. We'll start shallowing out. And then when we're on this side of the point to the wind, we want our shallowest bank because we don't want it to push us towards our point there. So we'll come up around this way. We want enough time to get nicely set up for the start of our turn. And we want to be at 2300. Oh, and then the next C is configure the aircraft. So the one thing is in the aircraft in the 172 that I flew, it was 2200 or 2300 RPM. In the 150 that I'm flying now, it's 2500. So, yeah. So we'll just go with 2500 and I'll just gauge it for this. I'll say it as 2500, then I'll just gauge it for how I actually need to do this. So we're picking our points equidistant. I'm going with like halfway between, so on like a half-ish mile. We want to be at that 2300. So all the ground reference maneuvers are between 800 and 1200 feet AGL. So think of it like pattern altitude. And we'll go at 1000 feet in order to give us enough buffer on either side. So 1000 feet AGL. Yes, sorry. I almost did forget about that. So yeah, so you're going to be at about 2300 AGL. And I think in I think it's 100 feet that you have to be. And I will say in advance, I'm really not good at holding altitude in this aircraft. So, yeah. So we're making this like half a mile. So here we're about to start. Our wind is coming from that-ish way. So once we pass this point, then we're gonna start we're gonna have our nice our steepest bank here, making sure we're hitting our midpoint over here, which is that line there. And it's better to be a little bit outside of your point, outside of the circle than inside the circle, because it's easier to bank more than it is to bank in the opposite direction. So now we're starting to get to a point where we're starting to shallow out, putting the hand down. Again, our wind is from that 45 degree, watching for our halfway point, getting maybe a little inside the circle, so we'll shallow out a little bit more. So here we are being this point, then our halfway point over here. Should be nice and shallow. We want to make our point over there, and we can start banking a little bit more as we start passing through that wind. Then we just got to make it one more. Don't start banking too early on this one. Let the wind push you a little bit, and then you can start banking to come and pass over your point there. So again, got a little bit outside of the circle here, and you just add in a little bit more bank to even it out there. And nice stuff you need to practice? Yes. As long as you follow exactly how your instructor tells you to do it, and just use this for yes, remembering things. I have oh yes, I do have LittleNavMap up. So it ended up looking a little bit like a square, but that's okay, I guess. S-turns. S-turns are similar to turns around a point, except they... Oh, and our altitude wasn't horrible either. S-turns are like turns around a point, except you do half of the circle, and then you turn the other way and do the other half of the circle. You start that out with a tailwind as well, so you want to find a straight line, usually a road, that is perpendicular to your, what's the word? To your wind. So since it's 45 degrees, we could pick either or. We could just do what we were doing before to make it easy. So we'll do an east to west road again. So we'll start, and what we want to do is we hope that we try to find ones that have nice mile marker so that we can make our turns. That looks like a nice road. We're using this road. So that we end up turning. Oh, wait, I need to look this way. Yeah, that looks good in that direction too. Perfect. So that we end up turning, we can match up our turns to that mile. So it'll end up being exactly like a turn around a point, half a mile as a radius. So we're gonna, again, this is our road. We're gonna come up a little bit this way. Oh, common errors for configure, complete, and then the final C was common errors. So for the turn, we kind of went over a couple of them. Like in the last turn, people end up turning, you might end up turning too quickly. And then that final turn ends up eking you a little bit in. You could follow your points and make it look like a diamond. And be so focused on your turn that you forget your altitude, things like that. And then you can ask them any questions. So yeah, so then for this one, do the same thing, 2,300 feet, so 1,000 AGL. And then we're gonna get onto our downwind. So we'll use this road here. And then that is our road over there. Coming up. And we want to use a point, like the middle point in here, so half a mile, to be our 90-degree point that we're going to aim for. So once we are abeam, we're going to pass over our road with our wings straight and level. Once we are abeam that road, we will start our turn. Our first one will be to the left, and it will be our steepest bank. All right, so start our turn. Hit that half point. Just kind of gauge it. Steepening up a little bit, not too much though. Because again, we have a 45-degree wind. We're gonna start shallowing out, but not too quickly. And then we want our wings to be straight and level as we pass over our road here. There we go. Straight and level. And then we start again, look for the halfway point there. Don't, and again, we're going into the wind, so we don't want to bank too hard or too quickly. Once again, I am terrible at holding altitude. And then as we come around here, we're going to start steepening up our bank again to make sure that we cross our point and our road. In a nice, even fashion. And if at the end you're a little to one or the other side, you can always just boop your rudders. And straight and level, exiting on the downwind. Again, frickin' altitude, but I promise I hold it better in an actual plane. Don't take that out of context. So there was our S-turns. So yeah, things that can happen is common errors that can be made is not having your S's being equidistant for not having too much bank, too little bank, turning too quickly on the second half, stuff like that. So yeah. Then we have eights on pylons. Eights on pylons. So that's a commercial maneuver. And that one we would end up calculating things. So we're actually going to leave that one. Because at some point, I do need to calculate that at some point. So we will do the, move on to the performance maneuvers. So these do not require performance maneuvers, again, so clearing the area. We cleared the area. We did that earlier, not saying that was clearing the area. But performance maneuvers don't require the wind to be any specific way. If you can do a crosswind, that would be good so that your turns can be equidistant. Oop, jeez. I keep pressing the button and I'm so grateful that I'm not on that. Yeah. So then what was I doing? Yes, so we need to climb just a little bit. So we'll just head up to 1800 while we're chatting. So yes, so performance maneuvers, we have steep turns, we have lazy eights, chandelles, and then the steep spiral. So we'll start with our steep turns. Trying not to... I actually got better at figuring out where my visual needed to be from the right seat the last time I flew, but it's still weird. You might have finally found a new camera that's not absolute garbage, and that scares you because you're not very tempted to start dumping money. You are tempted, right? Pros and cons. Pros being do it. Could you find, like, is there a way to, like, test it first or something? Like, find someone who would let you test it to make sure it's, like, really what you'd like and that you'd be, like, good with it? You'd be happy with it? Like how you can, like, you can go test out guitars in a guitar shop. Or you can get samples of stuff. Like food. Taste it first. Con, new ecosystem, smaller sensor. Pro, same resolution, 300 FPS in recordings. Okay. You little shoot ski. Hang on. What am I doing? I know how to read an altimeter. Sorry. So I guess I can't help you there. You'll have to let me know if the pros outweigh the cons. We'll stay at 3,500, I guess. You'll probably look for a place to rent it first. Yeah, and shoot some stuff with it first. Excellent. There. Your problem is solved. Or it will be until you shoot with it and decide that it's amazing, but you're still unsure about certain things. Okay, So we clear the area, communicate. So first one, we're gonna do steep turns. So what we do with that is we want to demonstrate that after a certain bank angle, the plane wants to keep on banking further. So you might even need to put in opposite aileron input in order to hold that bank and keep it from banking further than you would like it to. As well as demonstrate how the vertical component of lift in a turn gets traded for horizontal component of lift. You lose that upward lift, so you need to bring the yoke back to compensate for that. And then keep that turn nice and coordinated. We'll just start at 3,800 for the love. I promise, I am. I'm better at holding a friggin' altitude in a plane. So bad. I'm so bad. All right, so I'm gonna do our steep turn. We're gonna configure for it. We're gonna be in just kind of like cruise. Hang on. So again, I think 2,300, so 2,500, but I think it needs to be a little bit lower in this aircraft. And then once you start the turn, you're gonna get to 45 degrees. Once you hit the 30 degrees, you're gonna add a little bit of power. You're gonna start bringing that yoke back to compensate for that loss of vertical lift. You get to that 45 degree, and then you just kind of keep holding it around. You can trim it. Trimming is very helpful and nice. But then once you get around to the first one, so we'll just go and talk about it as we go. So get yourself on a heading, on a cardinal heading, and then start your turn. So you're gonna get to about 30 degrees, then you're gonna put your power in, and you're gonna start, bringing your yoke back. And you're gonna make an angle with, you're gonna watch that angle between the horizon and your cowling, and you're gonna keep that equal. So pick a spot on your, cowling, for the love of God. Ducky, hello there. Did we start on north? I think we started, or south. I think we started on south. Sorry. You're gonna keep that spot. If the horizon starts moving down, you're too far nose up. If it starts moving up, you're too far nose down. So keeping that in like that, keeping it equal where it is. I'm so good at explaining things. And then you're gonna roll out about 15 degrees. And remember that that extra power is gonna make you nose up. So make sure you bring that nose in, or the yoke in. And then you roll right into the next one. So make sure, again, watch that. Yeah, watch that horizon, watch where the cowling is. Get that sight picture. And you're gonna need more rudder for this one, for the right one. And you're gonna roll out on your heading about 15 degrees before your heading. So, common errors with that would be, again, not putting enough back pressure in, not adding enough power in, letting that nose drop, coming into the right turn, going directly from the left into the right turn, not compensating for that additional power that you put in for that turn, and the nose coming up too much. And yeah, not focusing too much on the instruments, so that you either climb or descend when you're not supposed to, or you don't bank enough and stuff like that. Excellent, amazing. Lazy eights. Lazy eights are demonstrating how you don't need to, how bank increases with, hang on. I want to say bank increases with angle of attack, but for some reason that also doesn't sound quite right. So I'm not sure, but you don't need too much bank in order to I'm gonna have to go over this one again. Maybe I should leave this one. I'll leave the Lazy 8s for now. We're going to do the Shutdown. So the Shutdown is a maximum power 180 degree turn. And it is if, say, you get yourself into a closed situation, say you got yourself into a box canyon, or you're flying through the clouds, or not, you're not flying through the clouds because we're VFR. Hang on. I can't say, it's a funny one. It's like, so if you see a goat in the middle of some clouds, you might want to consider turning around. But I can't say that because we're VFR pilots. Anyway, okay, so if you get yourself into a position where you need to turn around in the least amount of space and climb as much as you can, this is what you're gonna do. So, or that's the idea of it. So you're gonna start at cruise. You're gonna start right, and then what you're gonna do is you're going to bank to 30 degrees of bank, and then you're going to start pitching up to about 15 degrees. You're gonna hold that bank until your 90-degree point, and then while you're gaining that nose up attitude, and then the final 90 degrees, hang on, yeah, then the final 90 degrees is going, hang on, yeah, final 90 degrees is you're gonna hold that attitude, that nose high attitude, that 15 degree pitch, and slowly bring out your bank. And you're gonna wanna, you're gonna get it to almost stalling, but not quite. Oh, okay, hang on. It's hard to say. These sensors have gotten better at low light, so it may compensate. Oh, for the smaller sensor. Okay. Little hard in the sim without the buttometer. I know, right? Yeah, but also, it is a visual thing, so I don't know. Want to feel like you're flying and you think it would help immensely with training? Fly with a VR headset. Okay. Let me just drop that cash. Blown away. I felt like it was actually in the cockpit. I will look into it. I would like recommendations for the VR headset. I think I wrote one down. I can't remember where it was, so I might need re-recommendation. But yeah, because I don't know really what to look for. So that would probably be, that would be good. That would be cool. You have had the opportunity to try one. Can't say it was for you, really. You got friends that adore it, though. Are you talking about the VR headset? HP Reverb G2V2? Okay, hang on. I will write it down and hopefully remember where I put it this time. Oh my gosh, I really have... I gotta get up early tomorrow, but we are... I also have to get that CFI thing where I can just be looking out the window and I can just hear what's happening and then just be like, you might want to pitch up a little bit, watch your speed, watch your throttle or something. I think I have the extremes of it, like if it's getting really fast or it's getting really slow, I can definitely tell that, but I'm just not sensitive enough with it yet. You got yours used on eBay for $250. Okay. I don't know. That's a couple of flights. So the reverb lets you see. Ooh, gauges and small writing. Okay. That would be fun. I will try to look into it. Thank you. All right. So Shutdown. We'll go through it. So we are at cruise. 30 degrees of bank, and then we start pitching up full power simultaneously. Pitching up to slowly pitch up to 15 degrees. Now we're at our 90 degree. We hold that freaking pitch while we're bringing that bank out. And then we hold it. We might even let Ducky sing a little bit. There he is. And then we nice and gently, don't lose that altitude that you gained. Don't lose the altitude that you gained. Bring it back, reconfigure it for cruise. All right, so now we are reconfigured for cruise. Then we do it again. So again, 30 degrees of bank, then simultaneously add your throttle and pitch. So 30 degrees of bank, throttle, start pitching up, nice and gentle like, nice and gentle like, nice and gentle like. Get it to that 15 degrees though, get it to that 15 degrees. There's our third, oops. It is, it's almost better if I aim for 20 degrees and then I end up being at 15 degrees where I want to be. Pitching up, hold that pitch, keep it going, keep it going. And again, as always, oops, the rudder, the one to the right is gonna need more right rudder. There, oops. That one was terrible, but you hold it, you hold it. Gosh darn it. That was terrible. And then you bring it down. I promise I do this better than an actual plane. Don't lose any of that altitude. Reconfigure for cruise. So yes, so common errors with that is not holding your not holding that pitch up, or being too aggressive with it, not holding your altitude at the top of it and taking it out too quickly, taking out the pitch too quickly, and losing the altitude that you gained, stuff like that. Your instructor was like that, seemed like he was along for the ride sometimes until he'd say something that you were doing well or not well. Right, he'd be looking out the right window and just know, right, that, oh my gosh, that's awesome. And I guess it can depend, because until you realize that as a student, it can feel like, well, what are you even doing? Why am I even here? You're not even helping me. And then it's like, oh, I guess you have eyes in the side of your head or back of your head, depending on how far they're turned to look out. And I will, my instructor too, he'll challenge himself to guess what speed we're going, and he'll be on the nose or within like a couple of knots. That's the word that I'm looking for. And it's just like, freaking show off. But it is. Hello. Thank you for the follow, the real Captain Raygun. That's a fun name, I like it. Happy you're here. Thank you for the follow, appreciate you. Thank you for dealing with me and my shenanigans. But yes, that's like what I aspire to, is being able to just like know that stuff. Because one of the things that I'm nervous about is being too, not necessarily hard on the students, but seem like I'm being hard on the students simply because I'm not fully, not that I'm not comfortable in my own abilities, but in my own abilities to recover from something that they might do. If that makes sense. It's like, it's not on them at all because they're learning, but I don't know. There is a difference between like just doing all of the things as correctly as possible on your own and being able to get out of a situation effectively that someone else has gotten into. Yeah, you know what I mean? Pitched up and then quickly leveled off, and that tow bar behind you sure would hurt. Oh no! Oops, I haven't done that yet. Oh god, have I told the story where I accidentally left the cowl cover on? Oh my god. And I tried to start the plane, and I started the plane, and then I realized it was off. I thought I broke the whole thing, but I didn't. I just ran out the battery, and it was fine, thank god. Yes, hello, fellow Av Geek. Oh, yes. What is your Av Geekiness? Or what is its focus? Is it simming? Is it in real life? Is it both? Is it just planes in general? Happy to have you. All right, so steep spiral. So communicate. So steep spiral it's kind of a cross between an emergency descent and a turn around a point. So we are trying to stay above a certain spot, potentially a landing spot, while we are descending as quickly as possible in the case of an emergency. So we're gonna do, since it's a steep spiral, we have to get, we're gonna have to get to at least a 45-degree bank within it. Within each turn, there will be 3 turns as we're descending. And how we're gonna do that is we are going to find our upwind. We're gonna go into the upwind, so we're going to go east first. We're gonna aim east, head east. Head is the correct word. You remember starting a plane once and there was a bird's nest deep down in there. What happened? How? What? Deep down where? Like, oh, like underneath, like in the cowling. Cause that was when I was doing my complex training. I do remember that was one of the things that was one of the specific things that you were supposed to check, is like underneath where those things were, the landing gear, so that they didn't get, yeah, that wasn't an issue. But yeah, I'm sure it could be under within too. You're currently working on your instrument rating ground course. Nice. Okay, so by the emoji, is that an emoji? How is it going? It's a lot of work. The instrument is a lot of work. But it's completely rewarding, and it can be a lot of fun as well. But yeah, so what kind of, are you 141 or 141 or 61? Fluxtrot, thank you for the raid. How are you? How is your stream? What were you doing? And welcome everyone. I hope you are all well. Thank you for being here. We are working on, currently we're about to do a steep spiral, and then we're gonna go back for our takeoffs and landings. Yo! Good to see you. So yeah, so our steep spiral, our wind was at, oh, actually, let me look. We're at 6,000. The wind's now at 270. So we're going to aim into the west. What on earth? Okay. Into the west. Lord of the Rings reference. Terribly sung, but great song. So when we start our turn for our steep spiral, we want to be headed into the wind so we have enough time to get to that 45 degrees of bank. And then yeah, with each turn we want to okay, so we're sorry, once we're ready to start our steep spiral, we are going to cut the throttle, put the carb heat in, and then we'll start our turn. About the 30-degree point, we'll find a spot on the ground that we're going to stay around, and then we'll complete our turn, and then we'll give the throttle 100 or 200 RPM to clear it, make sure we still have power, since should be simulated. And so yeah, so we'll be clearing it 3 times. Hi, how are you? I hope you're well. Was fun playing around, in the Wildcat. Your hometown football team was the Wildcats. You headed out there and had a blast with some bombing runs. Nice. Strafing, and there may have been a bit of dogfighting. Excellent. How did it all go? Was it just for fun, or was there scores being kept? You're still on the basics and you're under ICAO and you guess as much. Oh, okay, sorry. It's much easier compared to FAA. Can I ask where you are from then? He lost? Okay, all right. But that's good good that it's easier compared to the FAA, but also it could also not be good. We'll go with it's good. Southeast Asia. Okay, sounds good. All right. So fun. I don't know how that works. So I don't know. I want to ask questions. So like, do you have to do the ground stuff first and then you do the flight stuff, or are you being instructed in the ground? Or are you doing the ground on your own, and then doing the flight, or how does that work? I don't see you denying it, by the way, that you lost. That sounds like so much fun, though. Okay, so we're heading into our wind, and we are ready to do our thing. So we're gonna idle. We're gonna bring our carb heat out, and then we're gonna bring to 45 degrees. Our spot is going to be that lake, and we want to be pitched for best glide. So I could have definitely not gone fully 45 degrees. We're not gonna talk about it. So yeah, we need to just get about to 45 degrees at some point in the turn. So we were there. It's really, I can't see anything out because I'm in the right seat. So now there was a lake. We're gonna aim for that lake again. We'll see what happens. Coming up on our westerliness. So we're bringing out our bank angle. Then we're gonna whoosh, bring in a couple of hundreds of those. There's our lake. So we're gonna kind of let it cut. Oops. Make sure we're keeping our glide in. We're keeping into our bank. There we go. Sorry, I'm leaning. I really want that left seat visual, but not allowed, so. Okay. So we get to that 45 degrees of bank. As we're coming around that wind. Still trying to hold that glide. Coming around for our full circle. Then we'll have one more after this. Is that the lake? I don't know. Then we whoop it up again. And then I don't think that was the lake. There's similar lakes, unfortunately. So there's our lake. Okay, so we're getting pushed a little bit, so we're gonna glide a little bit. Oops. Just at some point in this turn, we'll keep a little bit of bank in. Keep that pitch. Keep that pitch, keep that glide. And now I think we're a little, we're not gonna talk about that. I'm gonna bring that bank in a little bit more. We don't want to get pushed too far from our point. Our wind is behind us-ish. Or to that way. Hit our 45-degree point. And then hit our west, and we clear it, and we're gonna pause, and we're gonna look. Whoosh. That was our lake, I think. I think that was our lake, kind of. Hang on, let me look. That was our lake. That was our lake. So, yes-ish, it wasn't bad, I guess. Whee! Doink. Okay. All right. Ground stuff first and then take an exam before flying. Okay, interesting. So yeah, so I'm in a part 6. So there's 2 different ways that we can do it. Oops, wrong button. We can do it kind of like more independent, or we can do it through a school. So I feel like yours is more through the school then, is more similar to the school part. So we did that. Oh, common errors. Hang on. I'm gonna quick do common errors, and then we'll start going back to the thing for our takeoffs and landings. Oops. Common errors. Failing to compensate for wind, not getting to the 45-degree bank, not maintaining glide, and forgetting to clear the engine. And then any questions? So yeah, that. All right, we're heading back to our airport to do our takeoffs and landings. So yes, so for the way that I do it, again, more independent, I had been doing most of the ground stuff I do on my own. And then at some point we have to take a written, but this is actually the first time that I didn't get the written out of the way first before kind of getting really deeply into the training. For this one, I'm working on being an instructor now, so I thought, again, I don't have to get the written out of the way. I can do it whenever, so I'm going over all of the stuff, all of the information first, and then I will do the test prep and then knock it out. So yeah, so interesting. So even though you have, okay, so you already have something. Like, so do you have a private certificate then? Like that? Does it work similar to that? Like where it goes private and then you get your instrument rating and then you can get your commercial and stuff? You are currently studying VOR and it's actually fun and interesting. Oh yes! VOR is very fun and very helpful as well. Especially if you are lost or in IMC and you just turn that baby tune it to the nearest VOR and you can figure out where you're at. Hopefully you don't get lost. It's a lot more difficult too nowadays, but yeah, those are a lot of fun. You got the written out of the way early. Just early with like 6. Oh, okay. Question. Do you have to redo it? Oh, you know what another thing is failing to reconfigure the aircraft and not put frickin' carb heat in. Where am I going? Going the wrong direction. You do. Oh no. So you haven't done that again yet? Or have you? Especially if it has DME. Yes. DME is excellent as well. I did. VOR was fun to learn to teach about as well, because it was like more stuff that I hadn't gone over in a while. Hang on, we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna cross over midfield and enter left downwind. You have been putting it off. Oh no. Have you, do you have sporties at all? I mean, you don't actually have to have sporties. They have like all the questions, and if that would help, they're all free, and you can do 200 questions at a time. And if you do that a couple times, that probably gets you through a lot of the bank. Oh, also there is a and I mean it kind of ends up being like not like Shepherd Air, I guess, because Shepherd Air is like, but there's also a former, it was FAA, it was released by the FAA, a bank of questions, but it's old, but there were questions on that I studied that ended up being on the test. So you have like student license, then you move to private. Okay, then commercial and additional ratings. Then at the top, the ATPL. Okay, all right, sounds good. I wasn't sure how that all worked. So you have your private, and then you have your commercial as well, and then now you're getting instrument. Is that how it works? Very cool. What's your end goal then? I mean, airline. You do the sporties that comes with Young Eagles. Okay, so well, there is a on their site they have like the ability to go through the private questions, or at least some of them. And yeah, if you have an account, I think you can do it a lot more. What's the word? You can go over it a bit more like Shepherd Air, where you identify different. It's a bit more flexible, but since I didn't want to make an account at the time or something, or I didn't want to pay for it or something, you just do all of the questions and you set it to the maximum amount of questions, which was 200, and then you just work through those a few times, a lot of times. I did it a lot, like daily for a while. Yeah, it was fun though. But yeah, just as like a refresher, I'm sure at this point you're probably solid on all of it, but just as like a refresher test prep sort of a thing. Okay, so I guess I'll quick tell story. So again, we were we were gonna go do the power off 180. We departed our airport to go to a different airport to work on takeoffs and landings, and we were gonna do the power off 180 first. And I was like, oh no, I don't wanna. And he's like, we're gonna. And I was like, okay. So then he was gonna show it to me first, the power off 180, and he's gonna talk about it and all of the things. And then yeah, and he was talking crap, like he was gonna show it to me perfectly and like ace it and all of the things, right? Yeah. And so after I flew the aircraft into the pattern, using only the throttle and the rudder pedals, he started going over power off 180 stuff. What am I flying? I am glad that you asked. Hang on. Let me make sure I'm not going to crash the thing. We are flying the WB Sim JP Logistics 152. If Wambi is still here, thank you, Wambi. Because it's the 152, but better. It has Ducky and it has an iPad, so you can like change things. And it's my favorite aircraft. And I love flying it. It has been, I basically don't fly anything else. Partly because of training, but also just generally because I love this aircraft. So we're coming up somewhere on the runway. I swear to you, I think it might be that over there. I find the airports a lot easier in real life than in the sim. I don't know what it is. I think it is. I think it's that. So we're coming into the upwind here, so we'll talk about the power off 180 as we're getting into our downwind. So power off 180 is basically it helps us to be able to, we want to land on a point. If we have to do a forced landing, if we have to land without our engine, we want to be able to make whatever point that we choose to make. I have to go up a little bit, hang on. Oh, actually, no, I don't, technically. Yeah, this is correct. What is it? Creston traffic, Cessna, Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, left upwind 34, Creston. So I'm doing the upwind, I'm doing a full pattern so that I can like set up properly. I want to be like on the downwind to be able to configure properly. So instead of going over the runway, over midfield. So yeah, so this is that's why we practice power off 180, so that we have that visual of, and again, this is a commercial maneuver, here in the States. So do you have to do a do power off 180s at all in private? So yeah, so what you're gonna do is we're gonna pick our spot. Usually it's gonna be the 1,000 footers, and we're gonna get into the downwind. We're gonna pull our power, abeam that point, and configure for a landing. Leave the flaps out until we have the field made. And then, yeah, we'll use our visual and whatever resources at our disposal, either flaps or a slip. Hopefully, potentially, maybe neither, but you never know. All right, so Creston traffic, Cessna Hotel 31 Delta 1, left downwind 34 Creston. I'm gonna go quick sterile cockpit for just a little bit. I'll make the landing, I'll get back to chat, and then we'll figure out what we're doing next. Ooh, we will. We'll finish up our landings, our takeoffs and landings, and then we'll have to be done. Bringing it down. So we are watching for that 1,000 footer. Can I see where it is? Not really. Am I too far away? Potentially. Oh, there it is, right there. Yep, so those white lines there, those are the 1,000 footers, and we want power. We want power and speed to start with. There's our 1,000 footers. Pulling the power, and then we're gonna, carb heat goes out, establish best glide. Pretty soon after that, we're going to want to turn back to the runway. We don't want to get too far away from the runway. It's easier to get down than it is to get back up, if that makes sense. If you lose too much altitude, it's a lot easier to lose altitude than it is to gain altitude. So right here, this is your first turn. We can kind of gauge, are we where we need to be? If we are, we stay the course. If we need to start getting into, turning into, final, 3-4, Creston traffic. 500. Oh, yeah. So if we're too high, we could have turned out more, on that base. If we were too low, we could have aimed more towards the runway. We're gonna throw a notch of flaps in there. Hello, 1 second, I will get to that. We're gonna throw another notch of flaps. We're also gonna throw in a slip. Ah! I am so bad at slipping in this aircraft. Oh God. Hang on. Best glide, 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 best glide. Then we're gonna throw another notch of flaps in. We're gonna throw another notch of flaps in, and then we're gonna... Oh, we were so close. This is why I don't frickin' put more flaps in. I should have put a second notch of flaps in. Oh, gosh darn it. I potentially, yeah, I could have thrown another notch of flaps in, and then it would have booped a little bit more. But again, I usually don't put 2 notches of flaps in, because that is always what happens. Anyway, okay, sorry. Thank you for the follow, Alec D129. I'm sorry. So we didn't make our spot. So common errors for the power off 180. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Is why do I have full flaps in? Hang on. Did I, oh my God, did I accidentally throw full flaps in? All right, well, that's a thing. Yeah, so not making your spot. I guess actually, no, we're gonna stay on the runway. So yeah, not making your spot. You have to land on your spot or within 200 feet of your spot. So it's better to be a little bit long on your landing than a little bit short. And then, yeah, so not properly gauging that visual on that base leg to be able to tell whether you need to aim more for the runway or aim out a little bit more. So, yeah. Okay. All right, going back up. Sorry. Yes, hello. So your CFI went to US, then you think he applied for license conversion. You think he had to start on private again. You think mostly because of regulations. Weird. Okay. All right. Oh, sad. But hey, you get more learning and practice, I guess. No. Terrible. Oh. Okay. Well, that would be an interesting. We were talking about that a little bit earlier, where again, doing the instructor stuff, that is something that at some point I'm gonna potentially need to do, but right now it's not likely. So I don't know how that all works. But that sucks that you gotta start all over. Feel the need for not speeds. Cessna 152. Oh yes. Oh yes. Love the Cessna 152. Does it pull from both fuel tanks simultaneously? No. Yes-ish, but also no. Wait, hello, yes, hi, how's it going? I hope you're well. It's funny because it pulls more from the left tank. Well, it doesn't pull more from the left tank. It drips more from the left tank because the fuel vent is on that side. At least that was the first aircraft that I flew. The one that I'm flying now, a 150, it does pull more from the left tank to a point where like the left tank will go to almost empty and the right tank will be pretty much still full. So that was weird. You changed to Piper Warrior too. Nice. Just selects one tank at a time or none. Right. I'm trying to think. I haven't done that. Had to do that one yet. So like that's the whole thing where you have to like time it for an hour and flip it, and then, or what is it? The first one you do for half an hour, and then the next one you do an hour and you flip it, and then an hour and you flip it, and then it kind of like does this whole thing. Yeah. Go around. We were doing a power off 180, so I was trying to land it, but yeah, yeah. There is. That, I guess I could throw that in there too. The other common error is not going around if it's not looking like you're gonna make it. Whether or not your DP will allow that is the question. Landed it. Not satisfactorily, but I have a story about that. But did you die? No. It wasn't the best landing, but like it was a questionable-ish landing. But it landed okay, but it wasn't what it was supposed to be. S turns for too much height. I like the slip. I'm really good at slipping in the actual plane. I do that a lot because I hated putting flaps in because I always came up short. So I got really good at doing slips, but from the right seat, it's weird. It feels wrong. Like I'm so used to going like this. I don't know if you can see it, like putting this one down and then doing right rudder. But when I try and do that like this, my brain just doesn't feel right because I'm using the same hand as the foot that I'm using. I think, or something. I don't know. It's one of those things that I found that is weird from the right seat. Worse, had people watching. I know. But I have a story. Dying on the inside, but living through it. Fair. Right. Hour in cruise, but half hour for climb. Right. Okay. Sounds good. So yeah, so my instructor was, again, I want to point out and emphasize, he was talking crap when we were going and saying, I'm going to show you the best power off 180. We're going to show you how it's done right and everything. And then he's like, this is going to be the time where I don't get it. And it looked like it was going to be good. It was on final. He was talking me through it. It was getting there. And then all of a sudden, as we're getting closer, it was looking like he wasn't going to make it. Getting closer, looking like he wasn't going to make it. He was doing stuff. He was still teaching, still talking. He comes down too short. And he immediately stops teaching. And he's just like, words I can't say because I'm late. And it was like, on one hand, I was like, yes, but on the other hand, I was like, oh no, because like I feel that, like now, I could have done it. I almost did it. I don't know. But I did. I completely felt that, and he was so upset about it. He's extremely competitive, which was awesome because then he said, as we were taxiing back, he's like, well, now I'm really hoping that you don't make this one. And I was like, no, you got to be proud of me if I do. And I definitely made it. I was so happy. But I was also like, oh God, his competitiveness is going to be, he was so upset. And I was like, you have to be proud of me. And he's like, he goes a little bit quiet and he's like, I am proud of you, but I'm mostly upset. I'll take it. I will take it. So yes, he does. We give each other a lot of crap, so it's just the way it is. And it is. It's usually him giving me crap because I'm the one that's trying to learn things and like messing stuff up. So it's nice when I get to be that person. So that was our Power Off 180. We kind of talked about it, did the thing. We'll do short field takeoff landing, soft field takeoff landing, and then we will be good. Yeah, yep. So short field takeoff is we need to get off the ground in the least amount of runway and climb as high as possible because there's potentially there is an obstacle that we need to get over. So what we're gonna do is we're going to hold the brakes, no flaps. We're gonna throttle up, let it get to full power, and then we are going to release the brakes, do a normal takeoff, but then we're going to pitch for VX. In this one, it's 75, I don't know. 60, 65, 70? We'll go with 70. I think it might be 70. We'll go with 70. Know your speeds, kids. Oh, God. So, yeah, we'll go with 70. So, pitch for 70. And then, once you clear the obstacle, pitch for 80. You're not armchair quarterbacking when you say things like, oh, no, absolutely. An S turns for too much height. You're literally asking, never made it to PPL. So, really not judgments, real questions. Okay. So, okay. No, I absolutely appreciate, I think I have, I'm okay. I'm absolutely okay with backseating. Absolutely okay with it. And I appreciate it. I don't know if the S turns thing, it was never, that always, I've never tried it. I don't think. It just seems like, to me, it doesn't seem like I'm always too close to the runway, I think, for S turns to make sense to me. I always feel like I'm getting too far out one way or the other, but that is a thing that you can do. There's a specific accident that happened that was an S turn. It was an S turn. There was too close a distance between airplanes, and I think the plane that ended up crashing was too slow because they were already trying to like keep the space, and then I think that they went sort of like into the wind or into the downwind sort of thing. So like the wind was coming this way and they turned that way, and that kind of like made them just. So that's what I think about when it comes to S turns for too much height. It is a thing you can do. I'm just not what's the word, experienced in it yet. So I should that should be something that I ask and we practice, because I haven't. It just seems like too much whatever. But and then yes, the go around on the check ride, it is simulating an emergency landing where you don't have an engine, so you could not go around. So technically you're not supposed to go around. You're supposed to nail it the first time. But your examiner might have like a thing. If safety is an issue, go around. Like if you're absolutely not going to make the runway, you're going to go around. But otherwise it's a little bit of a, you're not supposed to, but bleh. Great story. It was. I was so happy about it. And he was so ticked the rest of the day. It was awesome. Also, you're not my student. Exactly. So don't feel too obligated. No, it does. It does help me to get into those things as well. Because, like, again, like S-turns. It's not something I think about because I haven't practiced it, and because it just was something that I didn't even want to do because I wasn't sure that I'd be able to do it properly. So yeah, no, that is brings in the things that I haven't thought about or done. So yeah. Okay, so then short field, we talked about it. So brakes, check all our things. Green, and the things, and oh yeah, landing light is a thing. Again, I do want to for that one, the plane that I flew for my private and my instrument, and then most of my commercial, it did not have like the landing light pop the circuit breakers, so you just use the taxi light for the landing light. So like my habit is just to not use a landing light, to just use a taxi light. But working on it. So, all right, holding the brakes, throttling up, ready to go. So we're doing it just like a normal takeoff. And then we're gonna whoop. Pitching for VX, which we're saying is 70. My mouse is being, sorry. That was charming, I'm sure. Holding that runway heading. VX. And then once we get above the trees, it's usually 50 feet. We can pitch for VY, which I think is 75. So yeah. Excellent. So now we're gonna, oh God. Is my, oh no. Oh. Oh yeah, we also have a wind. I did kind of forget about that. So, question about the sim. Looks like FS 2020, it does. Does it show wind turbine in areas marked as wind farms on the sectionals? It does. Because you asked that, we have one coming up right here. Hang on. So we'll see. We'll keep it low, keep our speed up. Do they hang on. Watch this. I think. Do you see those red lights? That's a wind farm. That's the wind farm. Yeah. On one of my first night cross countries, I asked my instructor, different instructor than the one I have right now. I was like, okay, oops, I have to get down again. What are all of the red lights? And he's like, what do you think it is? And I was very new at the time, of course. But I didn't want to be foolish, but I had to. I was getting comfortable with it. So I was like, all right, I don't know. It looks maybe potentially like an airport, but he's like, no, that's a wind farm. And I was like, oh, okay, that's pretty cool. And then they like blink together, which can kind of be a little bit unnerving, but also really cool. Also, you came into the stream in the middle, so not aware of the situation. No worries. You're being typical and throwing opinions half informed. No, absolutely, you're fine. Or as your wife would say, normal behavior. It absolutely fine. I appreciate it. No worries. Cause it does. I say it a lot, but it does. It gets me thinking about other things and not being too hyper focused on one thing or another. And then it does. It gives me, especially with this, I'm working on scripts. So if it's something that I've already talked about, it gives me a chance to repractice the script. Oof, whoa, words. You almost got a gamer word out of me. Sorry. So yeah. So no, I appreciate it. Is there icing in my area? I don't think so. Not where we are currently. There's a UC area marked between there and Greenfield. Yeah? Under construction. So, one sec. We're going to do the short field landing, and then we'll... Yeah, so short field... I'll get back to it. Okay. So, short field landing, we want to land in the... hang on. Least amount of distance. So, yeah, so this is gonna be highly questionable. But, so, we're gonna try and land on the numbers, and that has to be within a 100 feet. So it's gonna be basically normal landing procedures, except we're going to have a little bit more flaps, come in a little bit slower, and land quickly. When I say land quickly, I mean stop quickly. So, first notch flaps. We're gonna start our base turn. We're gonna throw another notch of flaps in there. And then we're gonna turn immediately. Oh, we're gonna check final, and then we're gonna turn. All right, this is gonna be questionable, but we're gonna try it. So, that was 2 notches of flaps. We're gonna throw our 3rd notch of flaps in.
1 mile final runway 34.
Thank you, Preflight. So, we're coming in about, usually we're coming in about 75. We're gonna try coming in at about 70. And we're aiming, it seems weird, but we're aiming before, feels like we're sinking a little bit, so I am going to bring the throttle up a smidgen. Oh, I also, the other thing, I keep on being way too right of the runway. Okay, so we're gonna aim, we're aiming in front of the runway. So we're on short final. We're starting to get into our 65-60 area. We almost, oh, and we just have to make, oh, okay, yeah. So now we're going to, then we hold it off, 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 hold it, hold it off. Gosh darn it. I was slower than I usually am. I held that slow speed better than I do in real life. Oh, and then we freaking brake. God dang it. So again, we landed before our point and busted our check ride. And we're not even on center line. But I did kind of at the last moment, I remember there was a slight displaced threshold. So I was like, you know what? I will say that might have been a little bit of the issue because I was aiming for the grass in front of the runway, but there was a little bit of extra space, that little bit of extra space in between me and my point. You know what I mean? So I'll just blame it on that. What is it? Look at your airport diagrams and your chart supplements. Gosh darn it. Yeah. So yeah, common errors. Coming in too quickly, not pulling out throttle enough, forgetting to brake to stop the aircraft. Because I totally did that on my commercial check ride. My DP was just like, "You're gonna stop?" And I was like, "Oh, words." I didn't say the words, but then I did the things. Because I was focused so much on getting the point, and I was like, "Yes, I nailed the point," and then I completely forgot to brake. So make sure you brake. As well as the other thing, you are supposed to like bring flaps out as well to take out that lift, put that get the weight firmly on the wheels so that you have maximum braking efficiency. So yeah, use the area. I was looking at that. Okay, UC area marked between, yes, under construction. So like, is it like just one tower, or is it multiple towers, or what does it mean? Or is it just the highest tower? I never know. Oh, it is the towers. But like if it's under construction, the wind farms, is it just like any of them? It's just that area? But yeah, very cool. I'm trying to think. Two, actually. Ooh, okay. Okay, so I kind of want to. Now that you said that, I want to quick pop into the web so we can look at that. SkyVector. So you got this one here, right? So you have here, and then you have this one here. So you have 1720, which is the MSL. Then you have the 345, which is the AGL. So the actual height of the tower. But then you have this one. So it's not done being built yet, I guess, I assume. So it's, wait. So why doesn't it have an AGL, but yet it has an MSL? I mean, I guess like, so is that what it's expected to be or what it is now? Curious and curiouser. Wind farms are not even a thing when you were in flight school. It is. It's so cool. And they recently adjusted the symbology of it, and it was cool. Yeah. My instructor called me a nerd, but yes. It is weird to see so many flashing in unison. Right, yes, absolutely. Hello, how is it going at Flight Chicken? Yes. We also, we talked earlier how he was, he's my guinea pig student, so that makes him a guinea hen. So funny. Back when you flew, planes didn't project labels in the sky. Promise you'll quit being a troll. No, it's fun. It's fine. We're good. I like it. Check rides are so nerve-wracking. I know. And then you know what my instructor sent me? He sent me a meme where it's like you don't have check ride-itis. You're just a bad pilot. And like it's funny, and I know that he's joking. But there's also a little part of me that's like, oh no, why do you gotta tell me these things? I know. He's absolutely joking. He's incredibly supportive and everything, but he does. We're a very bantery duo. But I'm also incredibly particular and picky, and I have a high standard for myself. So, why are we talking about towers in a flight sim? Because we're doing it somewhat realistically, somewhat realistically. So we have to talk about all of the things. Because I am. So hello, by the way, how's it going? I am working on becoming an instructor in real life, so I have to be aware of all the things and be able to talk about all the things. So yeah, making sure we're following the threads where they go, if that makes sense. Racking. It is racking. But I think it's without a W. But it's weird because I always thought that it was with a W, but then apparently it's not with a W. But I think that's one of those Mandela effect things where it did used to be with a W, but then they changed it, just like with Berenstein, because it's definitely Berenstein with an E, not with an A, and you can't tell me differently. But no, it is. They're weird things, so don't even worry about it. Not sure about the UC and how they are marked. Right, and that's the thing is because it does depend on when they're going to be able to update the sectional and stuff. So like, okay, in this time period for this sectional, is it going to be just under construction sort of thing? Like how tall is it going to be? And then they put it there, and then they update it with the next one, or bull. So yeah. Okay, yes, VFR. Yes, we are flying VFR. We are in a Cessna 152. I'll throw it in there again. Best aircraft, WB Sim JP Logistics. Isn't she beautiful? She is very small and very cute. And she has Ducky. And so we're doing VFR, we're doing our final thing is going to be our soft field takeoff and landing. And then we will be done for the evening because, oh my God, I have to get up tomorrow. So, get up early tomorrow. So, soft field landing. Did I do common errors for the short field landing? Common errors for short field takeoff, did I say? Not maintaining VX. Yeah. other things, I guess. Common errors for short field landing is, yeah, we kind of went over that. Coming in too high, coming in too fast, not chopping throttle when you need to, not braking, not bringing your flaps out and all that. Yeah. Soft field takeoff. If we were on the taxiway, we would not use braking, so we're simulating a soft field. So we don't want that. We want that nose wheel to be out of whatever the terrain is, that soft terrain, as much as possible, because it'll dig in and then we're stuck. So we keep the weight on the main wheels as much as possible. Hold that yoke back while you're taxiing, and use your brakes as little to not at all, as little as possible to not at all. So you're gonna hold your. We're gonna throw a notch of flaps in because we want a little bit more lift with the wings so that we can get off of the ground as quickly as possible and put that weight onto the wings. I think that's correct. And then, so as we bring our throttle in, we're gonna kind of just like feel. It is gonna be a little bit by feel. When the aircraft is like ready to take off, you're gonna take off a little bit earlier. Like your speed is gonna be a little bit slower than your usual takeoff speed. And then once you're actually off the ground, you're going to nose down a little bit and kind of glide right over the runway in ground effect as you build up speed. And then once you have enough speed, climb out at 80. So 75 in this one. Yeah. So we got our flaps in, got our yoke back, throttle up. So keep that yoke back. Keep that yoke back. Let it take off. Nose back down to the runway without landing again. Oops, god dang it. Words I can't say because I'm a lady. So yeah, so keep it in that ground effect. Build up that speed. And then we climb out. And then we want to remember to remove our flaps. So usually the thing that I do is like once we hit our VY, then we can take the flaps out. Ah, wrong button. Sorry. Charming. I'm so charming this evening. I'm sorry. So yeah, so then just continue your normal climb out. Common errors, not getting off of, climbing out of ground effect too soon. Not getting your flaps out. Oh, nice. Okay. Not getting your flaps out. Yeah, for like DPE things, that's a thing. For like actual soft field things, not holding the nose wheel off as much as you should be, and or using the brakes and then getting yourself stuck. So yeah, bringing this back. Cuter bladed ducky, yes, absolutely. Do you know? Okay, do you know about Ducky? He's our stall horn. Sorry, this is a terrible stall, but look at him, listen to him. And then we recover. Oh god, that was a terrible idea. But I know how to recover, questionably. There. So yes, he speaks to us when we are doing bad things or just practicing. Common errors, not recognizing you have the skills not of an engineer, not a pilot. That error you recognized in flight school, though. But okay, there's another meme. I like memes. I'm sorry. There was another meme where it's like when you didn't realize that you had to become an engineer, a lawyer, a weatherman, all of these different things in order to become a pilot. And it's like, yeah, though. Yeah. I don't just fly the plane. I also have to know how the things can go wrong with the plane. Oh, a doctor. Or at least know medical things. Oh, yeah. But yes, no, that's absolutely fair. My original instructor, number one instructor, was an engineer, though. It can be done. But no, absolutely fair, though. Okay, so soft field landing, it's basically a normal landing, but you're going to keep the weight off the nose wheel as much as possible. So we are configuring, we're a beam our point, so we'll just start it out like a normal landing. Like that. Throw our first notch of flaps in, right? Yeah. Not quoting a meme, unfortunately. But it was close enough, so good. That's good. Yes, honestly, memes are good. Memes are good for understanding things, surprisingly, as well as getting through the rough spots in training. So yes, big fan. So yeah, so once we get down to when we're about to land, whoa, final. I do. I can tell a lot better where I am in an actual plane. I'm sorry. Oh, and again, so I have a couple more stories I gotta tell. Shoot. We'll do that while we're taxiing. Okay, so second notch of flaps, that should have been done on base, but we were on base to final, so okay. So we're a little high, so we're gonna bring that out. So what we're gonna do is, as we come down, I haven't really gotten this technique down, but we're gonna try it. Maintain your center line. Frickin' stop leaning to the left. So once we're about there, we're gonna throttle out, and then we're gonna put a little bit of power in, and just, oops, nice and gently, oops, nice and gently, nice and gently, nice and oops, nice and oops, nice and oops, nice and oops, yep, and then we oops, and then we hold that nose wheel off. We hold that, no, oops, hold that nose wheel off. I have a story about that. I did a lot better with that. 3 landings in a row. And then we just keep holding that nose wheel off. Could have gotten off on that. And we, again, since we're soft field, we again, oops, holding that nose wheel off, not braking. So make sure that you're making your turns so that you don't have to use brakes as much as possible. Common errors for the soft field landing is slamming it in like I did on my private check ride. But that was one of the only things I did. Horribly wasn't the right word, but what he said was just hold it off until I say so. And that was definitely not what I had practiced, but I was okay. I was going to do it. I had been fine with soft field landings because my home airport was grass, so we kind of just, that was generally what we did. And I just slammed the sucker in. And I could not believe it. And I was like, oh God, it was the last thing I had to do. So I was like, okay, I'm good now. After I finished the short field and he didn't say that I had failed, I was good. So then I was like, all right, soft field, I can do this. Slammed it in. I was like, oh no. And then we taxied back in. And he goes, all right, so what did you think? Or then I was like, there were some things I could work on. And he said, like what? And I was like, well, I'm not going to tell you yet. And then he laughed at me. And then he talked about some stuff. And then he said, all right, congratulations, you're done. And I didn't take that to mean I had passed. And so he's like, all right, I'm going to go in and like do some paperwork and you can do whatever you need to do with your plane. And this is not a taxiway. Okay, we'll turn around. Sorry. Yeah. So then I go inside. I'm still like, oh no, did I pass or did I fail? And then he starts going over stuff with me. And then at some point it like clicked and I was like, oh, so I passed? And he like gives me this look. It's like, yeah. I was like, oh. It's like, yeah, okay. I'm okay with it. I'll take it. Something you learned about A&P school is the FAA wants you to remember stuff, but at the same time, not remember stuff. I'm trying to think of a potential example. Can you give me a potential example, or should I not be? asking for a potential example. But that sounds about right. Sounds about like them. Just found your solo certificate from your first solo, August 27th, 1993. You thought you were so not ready that you were literally shaking when your instructor got out of the plane, but you did it. That's awesome. That's fun. I love that. You too, the nervousness, right. And that's something for me where oh, whoops, wrong button. I have to prepare myself. I need to psych myself up for that stuff. So my instructor was talking for like weeks to maybe a month that, oh yeah, you're gonna be ready to solo. And I was like, absolutely not, absolutely not. But in that time I was like, okay, I want to be ready when he says that I'm ready. So psyching myself up, and then finally we had planned on doing it one day, and then we didn't. And then we were gonna go another we went and just did a lesson, and it was kind of like the weather was sketchy to me at that time. Like it wasn't completely clear skies, and there was like maybe like a little bit more of a wind, like maybe 6 knots rather than 3. So I was like, he's not gonna have me solo today. And he did. And I was like, oh, okay, I wasn't expecting this, but also I have prepared myself now, so I guess that'll be fine. But yeah, I was also like, oh god, it's happening. Then I went and did it. And my first landing, I taxi back around, and I wave at my instructor, and I line back up, and he comes over the radio and he just goes, flaps. Yeah, was definitely gonna take off. Full flaps. I was just like, thank you. Yeah, the instructor didn't clue you in. It just one day said, hey, pull over here, dude. During touch and goes. Okay. But it worked for you though. That's good. Oh no. Yeah, and that's one of the things for being an instructor as well, like how being able to tell who needs what. Like, do they just need to have it shoved on them and they'll be fine? Or like me, do they need to like hear about it and just kind of like, or is that going to be bad for them if they hear about it and then they just like are psyching themselves up more? Yeah. Basically, part of the formula for banding metal. Okay, I'm going to make this turn and then I will continue reading, because otherwise I'll do my infamous grass taxi. It's finding K factor, the 8083. It tells you to consult a chart, but one of the tests you took, which is approved by the FAA, did not provide a K factor chart. So we had to memorize multiple charts of every thickness or every metal at every bend angle. Well, that's rude. Well, okay. I'm trying to think of how, like, that it does. It just doesn't seem like it makes sense. So I'm trying to figure out if there's any like correlation between anything that I can think of for pilot stuff. I mean, like, no, that just sounds rude. Oh no. How'd you do? But like, why though? Like, has anyone asked the question and just been like, is this an oversight? Or like, I can imagine like if they want you to, like, yeah, I guess kind of have an idea of it, but also I don't know. He was wrong. You weren't one of the ones. You just throw it on and we'll be fine. You're still haunted by the lack of prep. That's right. And so yeah, so that's yeah. Can I ask, was it a newer instructor? Because like that's one of the things that like we talk about is you, like, on one hand you would think that a new instructor you might not want because they don't have the experience, but when it comes to newer instructors, they are much more thorough and a lot more hesitant to do the throwing on of things. You know what I mean? He was a double I. Okay, so that would actually potentially make sense, where, yeah, he's not going to be as particular Not going to be as much of a, yeah, that sort of a hands-on sort of a thing. Don't you know it's coming since they have to sign the logbook? No. They do it like right there. They're like, all right, pull over, give me your logbook, and then they sign it off, and jump out. Yeah. So you know it's like coming, but it can happen at any time, and it does. It's just a matter of yeah, them just writing it out right there, right there, and hopping out. Yeah. Yeah, logbook was right then. Right, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll do shutdown. I have a couple of more stories. Shoot. So I had we'll quick do shutdown. We'll quick do shutdown. We'll go over LittleNavMap. I'll like bang through the stories. And then we will be done for the evening because I gotta go to bed. Okay, so shutdown. You're gonna turn off all of the electronical devices. If there was a master switch, you would do that as well. We have like or sorry, not master switch, a master avionics switch. We have a master avionics switch, but like not everything is connected to the master avionics switch, so we have to turn some of the things off, um, and then as well as do the master avionics switch. And then you turn all of the electrical things. Then you mixture out, throttle a little bit. Why doesn't it count it? Sad day. Okay. And then we must make sure we do this thing. Okay, so we did earlier our, oops, Pito. We went over the certificates and documents as well as the logbook thing for our ground study thing earlier in this stream. That was the most recent ground lesson I did. We kind of talked about that, I guess. So I guess we wouldn't have to go over that too much. Did all that, control the space, then go over. Yeah, and then I guess also we do our final walk around. Oh God, do I admit this as well? So my initial aircraft, we just filled it up before we left. It was a wet rental. But the one that I have now, you fill it up after you get done, and you pay for the fuel, and so yeah, dry rental. Um, so we have to dipstick it. They only fill it up to 8 gallons a side, so you have to dip or fuel stick it. So when you're fueling it up, you fuel stick it, you stick it on here, and then you fuel it up, and then you go on the other side, you fuel stick it, you stick it on here, and then you go and you put all the fuel away, take care of that. Then you pop in the cockpit, and then you taxi. You turn the plane on, and you taxi over to the hangar, and then you realize you left the fuel stick on the cowling. So that's a thing. Don't do that. I've done that a couple times. Don't tell anyone. It hasn't. Nothing's come of it yet. I mean, I'm not doing it anymore. So yeah. Right. Um. Anytime. What? Anytime after 10 hours dual though. So, and that's something I've heard as well. Like there's some places that end up trying to get it might not even be 10 hours. I've heard of people like trying to like push through. I think it's more pilot mills. Sorry, am I not allowed to say that? That try and like push students through quickly. I have a relative who in the 50s and 60s um soloed in like 7 hours. So, like it is possible, but with all of the things nowadays, like it's not about how few hours you solo in, it's whether or not you're actually prepared. So yeah, that seems like about probably right. At least after 10 hours, you can go ahead and, if they're proficient and ready, knock it out. You soloed at 11 hours at the flight school, 22 hours total because you flew a lot pre-part 141 school. Right, okay. That's nice though. It is. I will take as many hours as I need to in order to actually be comfortable and proficient. So, you did part 61. I did part 61 as well. Love part 61. You did a lot of hours in weird planes and EAA meetups before going to flight school. You did 3 hours in a tail dragger before even getting to school. That's so awesome, though. And were you able to log all of that? That's cool. Guy who runs your school got mad at you for not calling the fuel people after your long solo cross country when in fact you did. Apparently, a lot of instructors and students got yelled at over that. Oh, so he was just kind of assuming. Oh no! What was he? Was he apologetic about it and stuff? Like it was a my bad sort of thing, or what came of that? Weird. Like why? But okay. Do I have my multi? I do not have my multi, not yet. Thinking, hopefully gonna try and get my CFI done, and then while my instructor is at training, he's doing that. So then I would go somewhere else because he doesn't have his multi. Why? I think that's not correct. I could be wrong, but I think that's not correct. Anyway. Yeah, so hoping to do that then potentially, because I have a potential opportunity to, because I'd have to do commercial as well. Yeah. So I'd have to do private, instrument, and commercial while he's at training at a different flight school since he's not a multi-instructor. But I don't know. I want to, but like also like I gotta start CFIing, but also I want to be a good CFI. So we gotta I don't know. I think he sold it around 25 hours. Like and again though, like it doesn't. I mean, you've got your own journey, which has been insane from what you've said. But like it doesn't really matter. Like at a certain point it probably does, but like there are people who have taken a long time, and it could just be instructor communication sort of thing, maintenance and weather. So yeah, it's not a status thing like people make it out to be sometimes. Before doing school, you flew in a Yak 52. That's so cool. You logged it all. Excellent. And how is the Yak 52? No, he just went over to the FBO to yell at the FBO. Oh, so he yelled at you first and then realized that you had actually done the thing you were supposed to and they hadn't, so then he went to yell at them? But then also didn't apologize? Rude. It was fun. Also had some time in an RV-12 as well. That's fun. Have I flown to any towered airports recently? I have. What's recently? Like last month, maybe. I want to go at some point. I want to see the light gun signals. I mentioned that to my instructor, and he said he'd never seen the light gun signals either. So I was like, well, we got to go do that. So, but now we're working on CFI stuff, so it's like, 140 hours later, and now it's gonna go faster. I hope. A global pandemic, right? Oh, it is. It's coming together now. Now the wheels are spinning, and it is. You can blast through it now. Positive vibes. Prior to flight school, you flew a Piper Cub, a Rans, or is it a Vans? S3, an Air Coupe, a T-34. Not logged. A friend was a Navy pilot and took you up. That's so cool. Oh, that's what I love about like plane people, airplane people, is they love airplanes and they love other people who love airplanes. And if they have an airplane, they would love to take people who love airplanes up in their airplanes. And people who like airplanes would totally take them up on letting them come up in their airplanes. Speaking of, I was going to have, so all of the story times that I have today are training story times, but I was going to have a non-training story time, but it didn't work out. It will happen at some point, and then I'll be able to talk about it. So yeah, I'm excited, but Didn't work out. So only the training ones. We talked about the ground lesson, and we were supposed to have a flight. It didn't work out. Weather was just not cooperating. So then my instructor had I'll start working on getting LittleNavMap. Yeah, we did all the things. Oh yeah, walk around, close the door, and stuff like that. Yay. So what am I doing? So my instructor, he had been going to need, he's at 1475 hours, and he was going to need 1500 with he still needs some nighttime, and he was going to need it this week. So he had planned for that, and then he adjusted his, he has a class date with somewhere, and then he got an interview where he actually wants to go. So he's kind of adjusting that whole situation. um so he was going to need the nighttime and the rest of his hours this week, and then he adjusted things and he didn't need it this week anymore, but he set himself to that. So now he just wants to get it done, over with, be good with it, right? So, and I want more nighttime flying, because the last time we flew, I did not, it didn't feel good. It didn't go as well as I would have liked it to. So I want more of the nighttime to get more comfortable with that, because at some point I'm gonna have to fly nighttime with students. So we had a ground lesson. We're gonna have a flight lesson. Didn't work out for weather, so he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna just come back later and do a night lesson, or night flight, get some night hours in. Do you want to come with?" I was like, "Yes, absolutely." Oh, sorry. Okay. Yep, not a big fan of this guy, but the only other school on the field, your instructor. The only other school on the field, your instructor. Weird. I want to ask more questions, but I'm also not sure I should. Okay. Well, I do. I hope it continues to work out. It works out better, I should say. It works out even better. So yeah. Nice and air coup, yes. You almost went for your CFI but chose multi instead. You couldn't afford both. Oh, okay. So, but you're getting some what's the word? Is it starting to pay for itself now? And then are you gonna go for your CFI once you're rolling in it with that multi cash? You flew a few hours in a dual-seater ultralight. Ooh, believe it or not, was with floats. Takeoff and landing on the water at Biscayne Bay in Miami. God, that sounds so fun and nice. Miami. Ooh. Ultralight in Miami was your first introduction to flying. Really? Okay. How did that? Oh, okay. He was into your mom and you were into flying, so you got the better end of it. Okay. Your mom was never into him. Okay. I mean, hey, yeah, it does sound like fun. Was multi better than CFI in your opinion? Oh, so in your opinion, yes, because you got to start flying right seat in the King Air and the rest of this. Yeah, fair. The other one, he works at pissed you up. Fair. Okay. Okay. Weird. So there's. Okay. 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 And you like your instructor a lot? I mean, is there any? I mean, so you're getting through your private. Is there any thought to potentially popping elsewhere, or is that not an option either? He's great. Okay, all right, that's fair. And it sounds like it's still kind of working out, so that's good. Hello is the airport I'm showing where I'm going for my CFI. It is not. I do not show where I fly out of. So do I know a CFI in the area? I do not. You're looking for a CFI plane to start working on your sport pilot. then private pilot. Oh, so like around in here. So my suggestion is just call the place that you want to go through, and then see how it works there, and then try it out, if that makes sense. So yeah, so look at hang on, no, I can't. Hang on. But awesome, excellent. Let me hang on. So yeah, so actually what I did is through a strange series of circumstances, I found the place that I was going to start training out of. And I wanted to fly out of there, so I just ended up calling them, and I just said, hey, I'm looking for air for instruction, whatever. And they're just like, oh yeah, call this person or this person, either of these two instructors or whatever. It was like I called the first one, and it's like we talked about it, and then we went for a discovery flight, and it was great, and he was great, and it was awesome, and yeah. So if that helps at all. Otherwise, no. I don't fly in the sim where I fly in real life, because I am a private person. But yeah, I think that would probably be your best bet. And then once you get into that, if it's not working out for you, you can always shop around at other places depending on, again, where you are. Like, it does look like there's quite a few, I guess, depending on aroundish where you're at. It looks like there's probably quite a few potential options. So yeah, if that helps. Otherwise, like let me know. I could try to give you more thoughts about it. I can even talk to my CFI as well and stuff like that. You want to go for either your instrument rating or tail wheel endorsement next, neither of which your current instructor can do. So have you talked to your instructor about like how that's gonna work then? Like, has he been able to suggest somewhere else or someone else? King Air is cool, yes. You got to fly one once, not loggable, but very cool multi-engine. Huge jump mentally. Fair enough. But yeah, that does. It sounds like a pretty good deal, I guess. We talked about this a little bit earlier too, where it's like, if I could do it over, maybe I should have gone for the multi, because like, yeah. It's like you already know how to fly a plane. You just need to learn how to do it with 2 engines, and then do it with 2 engines with only 1 engine. Yeah, I don't know, but it'll work out. And I'm glad that it's working out for you. Have always wanted to fly a Twin Beach. Nice. Instrument rating is a crucial rating. Yes, absolutely. It is. It's like, even if you're only ever flying for yourself, it makes you a better pilot and a safer pilot. So, same guy who let you fly as King Air had a Citation jet, but you never got to fly that. Okay. Did you ask? Huge jump from the diamonds you were flying from 100 HP to 2 HP. That does seem like a larger jump. Okay, fair enough. Okay. You flew on it, but not as a pilot. Okay, fair. So not even like right seat. Is that one a 2-pilot one or a single pilot one? You are going for it. It's just which you want to do first. Yes. So I guess I would say, depending on your depends on how fast you want to get stuff done, because yeah, the tail wheel is not really a necessary one. So if you wanted to just keep on like jamming out the stuff that you need for further stuff, I was gonna say, could you do tail wheel and instrument at the same time? Then I was like, okay, how many tail wheels that you could train in have IFR stuff? I don't know. Nice difference in acceleration. Get to the point where you can do air shows. Yes. That was actually almost kind of why I got into this as well. So definitely. Once you do CFI, then you got to do your spin training. Sure you could find one out there? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. Your favorite memory from flight school was flying to an air show in Muskogee? Muskogee. And flying back to Tulsa. That does sound fun. Oh. Was that with people from the school or by yourself or what? All right, we'll go over LittleNavMap. So we took off 3-4. We did left downwind. Then we were doing flight solely with rudder and throttle and no yoke. And then we went this way and did, hang on. I know we did steep turns first, so hang on. Where am I? Okay, so we're there. Just kidding, we did turns around a point. Oh god, it's terrible. So we came in here, and I did realize that. So we were here, and it's a little bit, it's slightly questionable. We're a little bit far on this side. We're not as far on this side. Yeah. And then got a little bit far out this way, and then got pretty far out that way. So definitely held this turn off a little bit too much. But and then we went like that, and then we came back around again, and we did our S turns. Not entirely horrible, I guess, kind of. And then we went this way, I guess. And then we did our steep turn. Oh yeah, we did our steep turn and then started talking about something, I think, and then did another steep turn. Questionable. That's not quite right, but okay. And then we went and we did our shundels. We skipped the lazy 8 because I have to, yeah, think about that one a little bit more again. Then we came out here, and then we came over here to do our steep spiral because we had to do it into the wind. And we went like that, I went like that, and oh, sorry. Hang on. Oh, yeah, sorry. So the wind ended up being at 270 here. And then as we descended, it was out of the northeast. So then that's why we were getting pushed that way. Like so. And then that was a terrible one. Hang on. So it was like that. And then it was like that. And then it was like, oh god, that's like there-ish. I was supposed to end like there-ish. Heh. Yeah. It's like passable question mark. And then we go like that. And we went back for our power off 180 that we came up short on. Short field takeoff landing came up short on. Soft field takeoff and then landing, and it was slightly questionable. But yeah, I did. I got more. Oh, and then we were wandering out to check out the wind farm for a little bit. I actually we had our night lesson, and it was slightly questionable weather still, but it was still enough just to stay in the pattern. So he got current, and he talked me through again, like the teaching stuff pattern again. And then I did my 3 takeoffs and landings for currency. On the third one, it started raining, and I got a little bit nervous. And then coming into and he was like, this is just light. And then like on almost like short final or longer final, it was like it started raining quite a bit harder, and he's like, okay, this is moderate precipitation. So we landed that. It looked like it was gonna pass, so we worked on some ground stuff like the taxiing, and we even did the wheelies. We practiced wheelies on the runway to work on the control of the aircraft, as well as like Lindbergh references and stuff like that, being able to have that control. And then once the rain seemed better, then we were able to go up again and do a little bit more. And then, yeah, we had to come back in after that because the ceilings had been like dropping pretty consistently. And then they were my best landings ? So he had, not challenged himself. He was showing off. And he held the nose wheel off like almost the entire length of the runway on landing. And the stall horn was blaring. And then I went and did my landings. And I was able to do the same thing. And I was on center line. He mentioned this on final. I was definitely right of the runway. And then I like kind of swoop over to get center line with the actual center line. So that's something I have to work on, is not just like focusing on the center line itself, but the visual center of the runway on final. And then, yeah, I did. I felt actually the most comfortable landing that aircraft and from the right seat that I've ever done. So hopefully soloing soon. In it, I feel like I'd be okay with it. So then I'll be able to start going out and practicing right seat on my own and not feeling like I'm going to crash it at some point. So yeah, that was nice to have gotten in, because it's been, I do need to go out and fly by myself at some point, and I just haven't been able to, what's the word, justify it, since I would feel like I'd have to fly right seat, and then what am I doing really? So yeah, hopefully we'll get there. Spin training was not limited to CFI. In PPL Part 141, you did spin training. So, and I mean, I'm sure you can now as well. It's just not required. I've heard instructors who allow the student to get into spin so that they can teach them, which, I mean, that's a good thing, because if they're doing that stuff on their own, then likely they're going to get themselves into a spin. So, yeah, wish spin training was part of PPL. Yes, fair. Yeah. But again, like, it can be. It just depends on whether you or your instructor is, like, focusing solely on, or your school is focusing solely on getting the requirements done. And yeah. You dropped a pic in the Discord. Thank you. Of the exhaust stacks. Glowing at night. I'm so excited. Okay. Excellent. You went to the air show with your instructor. Was not far enough for it to be considered a cross country, though. You didn't just boop over to another one and boop back? Darn it. Was cool. You were 27 in line for takeoff after, and the winds changed, and then you were third in line. Oh. See, it's nice to be that. Being on the opposite end of being third in line to take off and then being 27 at the... Oh, no. That's awesome. That's a great story. I love that. You're trying to find the picture of the big fuel leak? Oh, my gosh. That's just nerve-wracking. Your best landing has not happened. Your landings always ended up with you flaring too soon. Just as bad as flaring too late, but you never mastered it. Again, I will say the looking at the end of the runway is a big thing, because my landing started to suffer when I started doing something else, either instrument rating or commercial certificate, and then I realized I was looking at the run, like, too close on the runway again. So looking up at the end of the runway to be able to have that gauge definitely does help. So I'm sure they weren't that bad. So yeah, it is. And you do, as much as good of landings as you can have, you're always going to have a bad one at some point again. No matter how many hours you do, no matter how much experience you have, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen again. Just like my instructor, where he was talking a big game and was like, now this is gonna be the time where I'm not actually going to not actually gonna make it. And then he comes up short on his power off 180. Because he does. He specifically practices the power off 180s so that he can demonstrate to his students consistently. And then it just didn't work out that time. So yes, we will find somebody to raid. If you got anyone in mind, let me know. Otherwise, we will take a gander. We like our GA people. What is this? I have to put this on again. Hello! Thank you for the follow, Owen Goff 21. I appreciate it. Thank you for putting up with me and my shenanigans. Hope you're well. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here. Always good to see you. And you will try to go to sleep. Yes, you try to go to sleep. I will try as well. I have to get up so early tomorrow. This is terrible. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Oh, yes. It's going to be good. Yes, good night. Good night. Have a great sleep. Have a great day tomorrow. Great rest of your week. It's Tuesday today, right? Okay, yeah, that. See you next time. Yes. Oh, okay. So, I guess I'll go over those things. We've been working on through Shakespeare, reading Shakespeare on Thursdays, but Spooktober is coming up, so we paused for a moment with Shakespeare. Since Spooktober is coming up, I want to get back to doing game nights on Sundays. I don't think that that's going to happen this weekend. But next Tuesday should work out. Potentially maybe not, now that I say that. So I will let you know in Discord what is actually going down. But otherwise, yeah, again, my schedule is kind of weird coming up, but we'll next week we'll do flying. I want to start reading Frankenstein at some point during October. And then yes, starting spoopy games or Halloweeny games starting on Sundays in Spooktober as well. So we'll figure it out as we go. Thanks for being here. And yeah, that's the planish. Thanks for the stream. Yes, thank you for being here. Even though you don't know. There's no learning happening here. Absolutely. No teaching is happening. No learning is happening. But honestly though, like actually, like no, not joking. This is not a teaching stream. This is a me trying to understand things and work on my script stream. And you all have to listen to me struggle. What is happening? Okay. That's strange. Looking at our raid potentialities. Yes, learning is not allowed here. Absolutely not. But if it were, you would have learned a lot. But it's not, so you didn't. And time to unlearn everything you weren't supposed to learn in the first place. All right. Oh gosh. I think that one might be just ending. And that one ended. Sorry. Thankfully, you stayed dumb. No, it's not about that. Oh, hang on. This might be new. Oh no. But no, it is. It's just like it's a. I don't want anybody like actually taking this stuff and thinking that it's good. I don't know that they could take this into real life and then that would be a bad thing. And yes, that would be a very bad thing. New skies? Sure. Where is new skies? New skies. New skies. That is a bigger plane, but we will allow it. I think. So, I mean, it's a bigger plane, I think, right? So yes, we shall pop there. Hang on. So we'll send you off that way. So to whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you for putting up with me and my shenanigans. Um, hope you have a great whatever it's gonna be for you. Hope to see you again soon. And if I forgot anything, I am sorry. I do. I realize afterwards that I've missed things or forgotten things and I feel so horrible. So I do. I apologize. I don't mean to. My brain is just mush. So yeah. So thank you. Thank you for understanding and yeah, all the good things. Until next time. You're not serious. You understand the difference between an instructor and a switch stream. Don't worry. I know you do. I know you do. But like, it is. I have to say it for like other people. You never know who's in here who's gonna be like, oh yes, taking notes. No, don't do that. So yeah. So I do. I appreciate you guys. And yeah, all the good things. Have fun in the raid. I have to go to bed, but it'll be a good time. So thank you so much. All the good things. Blessings to you as well. Thank you. Not taking notes. That's exactly what I mean. Yes, close his notebook. That's right. That's exactly right. So yes, thank you so much. I do. I appreciate you guys so much, and I feel like I could never say it enough. So, thank you so much, and bye.